for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Colin finished up his pre-opening day coverage live on the North Shore. Michael Bartley with you. I'll be here till 6 o'clock in for Colin, and it's a pleasure to be here. And boy, he had such wonderful content down on the North Shore. There's such excitement. But you want to talk about opening day? Do it. I just feel like it's it feels different. I've mentioned that yesterday, and do you see the crowds there today? Unbelievable. Just incredible. There's nothing like opening day in the Pittsburgh area. Nothing. So coming up after the news at 4:35, again, Chris Wu, first violin, retired Pittsburgh Symphony, celebrated artist. He's playing his violin, playing music to soothe the anxiety of hospice care. I just love this story. I want you to hear about it. I'm looking forward to talking to him. He's a wonderful human being, a wonderful guy. So that's coming up right after the news. In the meantime, Ralph in Coriopolis. Ralph, you're on KDKA.
Yes, Mike.
Hi.
I just like to let you know that my dad, he's from Slovenia heritage, and their music is polkas and waltzes. And he was dying of cancer at Masonic Village in hospice. And I myself couldn't play for him, but I had a good friend of mine come and played like a half hour of polkas and waltzes for him.
No kidding.
And he turned his head and looked, and, within like a half hour, he was gone. And I think it really did soothe him.
I mean, I tell you, but wait, was this in hospice care here in Pittsburgh?
Yes, at the Masonic Village, right over in Slickley.
How did you know to do that, though, for him?
Because I knew that's the kind of music he liked. And we asked the nurse if my buddy can come up and play him a couple songs because he only got so much time left. She said, absolutely. And my buddy come up in a dash of a minute, and he played about 8 songs, and he was on pain medication. He just tried looking up, and then all of a sudden he passed away.
That's
and
incredible.
I think he went to a polka party. Okay.
You know what? I'm with you on this, Ralph. I'm so happy. You told me this. Listen, hey, Ralph, we're all going to be there. Do you understand? None of us are getting out of this alive. And I've often read the research about that the last thing that goes is our hearing. And so a lot of people play music for their loved one, and it seems you can almost tell, like you said, your dad, that they become they're just into it. I don't know what other way to say it.
Yes, he was into it, and I think that comforted him very much so. And it was like he just looked up, and when he turned his head back, it was like, "Hey, thanks for the polkas, David."
And then he was ready to go.
He was ready to go. The good Lord took him up to a polka dance.
Wow. You know what? Hey, Ralph, so far your story is my Good Friday story. There it is. This is not hey, Ralph, this is not a sad thing. This is a good thing. This is a happy thing. I know. And for someone to, take the time to play the music and do the music, I just think that's wonderful. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for the call. I really appreciate it.
Okay, you have a good Easter,
You
buddy.
too. Happy Easter indeed. Happy Easter. So coming up, I'm going to do traffic here in about 30 seconds. Coming up after Paul has news, my guest is Chris Wu, who's retired first violinist with the Pittsburgh Symphony's adjunct professor of violin at Carnegie Mellon. This guy's a big shot. And in retirement, look what he's doing. Look what he does. He starts this endeavor to play live music, one musician at a time, for people in hospice. And I just think that's... And if you guys have never experienced hospice care, not you personally, but for your parents and grandparents, a lot of us have, and we want it to be dignified and good. And that last one, that's my Good Friday story. That guy had polkas and waltzes playing for his father. He sat up, and then that was it. All right, okay. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK. Let's check traffic because we're in the middle of the rush. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet Lonzo.
All right, Michael. On the Parkway West, heading outbound, traffic slows as you pass the Liberty Bridge and approach the Fort Pitt Bridge. On the east, heading inbound, traffic is stacking as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel, and outbound as you pass Greenfield. Coming from the north, traffic is slow as you board the Fort Pitt Bridge from the Fort Duquesne Bridge, and as you make your way down Crosstown Boulevard towards the Liberty Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. A man is in the hospital recovering this morning after being shot in Shaler. The shooting happened Thursday afternoon around 5:30 in the 1400 block of Mount Royal Boulevard. Police say another man was taken into custody at the scene. No word on the name of the alleged suspect and no word on what led to the shooting. The Eastern Regional Mon Valley Police Department seized a large amount of marijuana in a drug bust in Rankin. Police announced Thursday that they executed a search warrant at a home on Rankin Boulevard and discovered the drugs and a gun that was later found to have been stolen. Police arrested a 28-year-old man from Rankin and charges are pending. He is yet to be publicly identified. A massive barge got stuck on a dam near the Beaver Falls Sewage Treatment Plant along Beaver River on Thursday morning. It prompted many curious onlookers all day on Thursday.
It's crazy. I can see it happening, though, because you'll see a lot of big trees and stuff like that will come down, the rivers and get stuck just like this.
There were actually 2 barges and a vessel that broke loose from contractors that were working on the Beaver Bridge River project. While one of the barges got stuck on the Eastvale Dam, the other barge floated next to it. The vessel was later contained. Beaver County Emergency Services Director Eric Brewer.
Luckily, they're not loaded, so they're telling me that's a good sign. So there's not as much weight, but they're just making sure that they're still structurally safe, the bridges.
The Pennsylvania Turnpike's contractor will be responsible for removing the barges along the Water Authority, who owns the dam. A new poll by Susquehanna Polling and Research shows Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro with a 22-point lead over his likely opponent in this year's gubernatorial race, Republican Treasurer Stacey Garrity. According to the poll, if the election for governor were held today, 58% say they would vote for Shapiro, 36% say they would vote for Garrity. Need a place to park for the draft? Rivers Casino has announced that fans can purchase in advance a 4-day parking package for the draft. It's going to cost you, though. How about $500 plus taxes and fees? You can book that online. New York Stock Exchange closed today due to the Good Friday holiday. KDKA Sports, we are scoreless in the second inning over at PNC Park. The Pirates playing their home opener against the Orioles. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander in the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
My guest, Christopher Wu, nationally celebrated musician, is coming up here, but we better go to traffic because it's Good Friday. A lot of people have off, but in any event, from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Lonzo.
All right, Michael, on the Parkway West, moving outbound, traffic slows as you pass the Liberty Bridge and approach the Fort Pitt Bridge. On the east heading inbound, traffic stacks as you approach Square Hill Tunnel, and outbound as you pass Greenfield. Coming from the north, traffic is moving slow as you cross the Fort Duquesne Bridge and merge onto the Fort Pitt. And as you make your way down Crosstown Boulevard, expect a delay as you head towards the Liberty Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson, on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It's going to be very warm for the Pirates home opener. We'll have high temperatures around 80 degrees this afternoon. There may be a thunderstorm in a few spots, but chances are it will stay dry throughout the game with the better chance for a thunderstorm tonight. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Looking forward to a big week, plus a chance for you to win tickets to see Jason Aldean the night before the start of the draft.
Thank you, Larry. In the meantime, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. By the way, Andy Lindbergh just got back from, he was helping with our coverage of opening day down at PNC Park. He just got back in the newsroom. He's going to join me here in the studio at about 5:05-ish, something like that. In the meantime, there are just some stories I want you to hear about. And we don't think of these things, but it's just incredible stuff. And so the other night I'm at the NFL draft event at the Lamont, and I was invited by the former Steelers GM Kevin Colbert, and we have a mutual friend, Christopher Wu, who is this extraordinarily respected, talented, influential musician. He's first violin section, Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. And by the way, if you're in the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra, you're in the major leagues. It's like playing for the Pirates or Steelers. Believe it. Trust me on that. So anyway, and Chris Wu is a professor of violin at Carnegie Mellon University. He's done master classes at Texas, Oklahoma, Penn State, West Virginia, on and on and on. He was a music director for Ben Roethlisberger's wedding, Andrew McCutcheon's wedding, and he's just this all-around wonderful human being. Chris is my guest right now. Hi, buddy.
How are you, Michael? I think I might have to hire you as my agent. That was such a nice introduction.
Hey, I didn't even write that down. I ad-libbed it. Isn't that beautiful? So anyway, Chris and I were at the Vatican together. That's where we first met, 20-some years ago, when the symphony was playing for the Pope. And so I say the other night to Chris Wu, you retired, didn't you? And he said, yes. He said, but I'm working on something exciting on his own time, volunteering. And Chris, I let the cat out of the bag in the segment before last, and I said what you're doing, and this man called from Coriopolis, and I want you to know, he said when his father was dying in hospice, because he heard about how powerful music is to a dying person in hospice, he hired a polka band because of a polka and waltz band because of their Slovenian heritage. His father sat up, smiled at him, and died peacefully. I mean, and I thought, wow. Amazing. So I'm going to let you take over and how this came about and what are you doing? The best violin player in the world, and you're playing for people in hospice.
Well, Michael, thank you. I blush when you say the best violin. I just play the violin, and I'm happy to share music with people in whatever setting is possible. I think my story goes back a little bit farther to when I was a teenager, because my father passed away when I was 14. And I was talking to my mom the other day, and I was reminding her the three things that he told me is take care of your mother. And thankfully, she's still alive at 93 and a beautiful person as ever. Finish your education and do something you love. And I love playing the violin. And I didn't deal with my father's passing away so well. And I just tried to kind of run from it, because it's, when we talk about death, and it's just something that we all, whether we like it or not, face in our lives. It's just something
we're all going to face it. We're all going to face it with family. A lot of us have, and we're afraid to talk about it. We shouldn't be.
Exactly. And so I just thought, and I started playing for friends who are in hospice, and I don't know what to say to them, but we can share a moment of beauty through the music. And we can play, a friend of mine passed away, and we played the wedding song that was played at their wedding, or if there's a favorite hymn or a favorite song, or whatever it is, music has been a part of all of our lives. And I think it just reaches a part of you, your soul, that doesn't get tapped into very much. And in those, I just heard a story. I was just listening to a podcast where they said it's reaching dementia patients, playing hymns for them. And I just think we can use music and appreciate music so much more.
And you have since then not only recruited some of your fellow symphony buddies, very talented, brilliant musicians. You're starting a foundation and an organization to get more people and more musicians into hospice to play for people. Right.
So I'm meeting with AHN and UPMC and It's no secret to everybody that they really are competing, and they want to be the best hospital system. But there's so many sick patients. I think there's enough for everybody, and I want to do both hospital systems, and I want to make sure that everybody has access. Obviously, we can't play for everybody, but we want to play for as many people as possible that are going through it that would be ministered to through the music. And so I did start a nonprofit. It's called CW Music, and yes, it is my initials, but more importantly, it's care, comfort, and compassion with music.
So do you have Chris? Do you have a website then that people can go on yet?
I don't. It's very new, Michael, and that's down the road. And,
I know.
Getting approval is hard enough, and I actually don't. I have the state approval, but I don't have the IRS approval.
Mm-hmm.
But I do, even though I don't have the approval, I am still going forward and playing for as many people as I can, and people in those situations, and happy to play or record something. Sometimes even just a video is something that is welcomed by families.
Chris, when you go into the room at hospice or someone's home and you play the violin, what can you, because you and I talked the other night, I think you were surprised to know that I knew this, that the last thing that goes is your hearing, and that's why music is such a comforting deal here. What reactions have you experienced?
Well, I've seen patients smile. I've seen, and hospice, there's a wide range of hospice situations. So some people can be singing along faintly. They can just be looking at you with their eyes. And I think there is just a connection through music, and people have all experienced, that is heartfelt. Mm-hmm. And I think when you see them lying there, and we could all be in that position, it would be nice to have that opportunity as you're lying there and thinking through your life, to have music be a part of it.
And I don't think people should not be afraid to talk about this.
Right. But we don't think about things. I mean, we often talk about the fact that unless something bad happens, okay, then we react in the world events. Like we always wait, but death is something that we know is a guarantee. So why not set up now something that you would like when you're at that stage?
Chris, the other symphonic musicians and your friends in the music, and you've gotten a very warm welcome when you've reached out to say, do you want to help with playing for people in hospice? And they're good with it.
They are good with it. And it's not something that may come naturally, but I think it's something that over the course of time will become very natural to share. Mm-hmm. The other part for me is it's not only the person who is in hospice, but the caretakers who actually take the brunt of the emotional hit after the person passes away. But you're reaching out to them as well.
And the person's family.
Exactly. And so what we are trying to do, and I was just talking to someone at Shadyside Hospital, is we want to talk to the family. We want to know what music was meaningful to them. Mm-hmm. We want to talk to them and see what's something that would bring a smile to their face aside from just the music itself.
Christopher Wu, I appreciate this time. I think this is a perfect message for Good Friday. Look, get out there, help even those that are in hospice and their families, and music really soothes us and comforts us. I appreciate it. I want to wish you a great weekend and a happy Easter, my friend.
Happy Easter, Michael, and thank you for having me. Good Friday is such a touching day,
I know.
And I just am so thankful for this time with you.
And guess what? I down the road, when you the nonprofit is set up and all that type stuff, we're going to do a follow-up. But in the meantime, I wanted people to know what great people are out there, and you're one of them. Chris Wu, thanks again.
All the best, Michael.
You bet. All right. So, that's music is power. Wow. All right. We're in the middle of the rush hour. Let's check traffic from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Lonzo.
All right, Michael, on the Parkway West, heading outbound, traffic slows as you board the ramp to the Fort Pitt Bridge. On the east, heading inbound, traffic is stacking at the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and outbound as you pass Greenfield. Coming from the north, traffic is slow as you merge onto the Fort Pitt Bridge from the Fort Duquesne, and as you make your way down Crosstown Boulevard, you'll still see a delay as you head towards Liberty Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Gonzo Anderson on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Hey, warmer weather in Pittsburgh means storm season. It's here. Winds, rain, unexpected damage. The question isn't if it can happen. It's, are you ready when it does? Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, they're ready. 24/7, 365. They'll respond to you. Be ready before that storm hits. Yep. Demand that yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
It is approaching 5:50 on this Good Friday opening day. From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 5 o'clock news in the newsroom. Paul Alexander. Paul.
Well, Michael, as you know, there's something going on over at PNC Park. Spoiler alert, I'll let you know what's going on. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Michael Bartley in for Colin, who did a phenomenal job this afternoon. 2 to 4, and I stepped in at 4 o'clock. He was live on the North Shore. Great coverage. Talked to the Buccos president, did all that. Jeff Hathorn was there. It was wonderful coverage. Wonderful. I loved it. Loved it. They did a great job on opening day on the North Shore. Andy Lindbergh was there. And I'm going to have him in here in the studio. He just got back. He's going to come in here right after Paul has news at the top of the hour. So, Andy, I'm going to find out what he saw down there, what he experienced. The crowds look incredible. Absolutely incredible. And, you know, when you look at opening day, when PNC Park is filled to the rafters, I want that. You're not going to get it for every game, but I want to see that in the playoffs, all that type stuff. And I said, you know, with Connor Griffin, with Paul Skeens, and all this type stuff, and putting a team on the field, this is kind of like the coolest that it's been in years. So, and I wonder if you think the same. I hope you do. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. You know, last year, and I get people yelled at me over the years because I just kept going and A lot of people didn't. They were mad. But last year, several games I went to, and the chanting was, sell the team, sell the team, sell the team. And then I remember maybe it was in the middle of the season when Bob Nutting was walking through the corridor there at PNC Park, and he was accosted several times verbally about sell the team and other things were said. Well, it sure seems a bit different this year, doesn't it? And I'm not just saying that because of the hype, because of the kind of the goosebumpy feeling you have on opening day and the big, huge crowd on opening day. I'm saying it because this team seems to be spending money, bringing in superstars. This Connor Griffin guy is supposed to be what? The best baseball player in the country. We have the best pitcher in the country. All right. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. We have hitters, and we have really good pitching. So I'm not going to count my chickens. You're not allowed to count your chickens. But guess what? I'm counting my chickens because I want them to, I think, can't this be a playoff year? Can't this be a pennant year? Can't this be, okay, all right. I'm not going to get crazy, but it's different. I know I sound like a broken record saying it feels different, but it does. It does. Past years, we didn't feel like this, and we do now. And isn't that what you should have seen? I had lunch, noon lunch on Good Friday, the fish on the south side. And I was walking, and I think people, they were going to get on the bus and all that type of stuff to get to PNC Park, and young families with little kids in their Pirates gear. That was so cool. That was absolutely so cool to see. And then I had to go downtown to get on the Parkway and all this type of stuff to get over here. And the families were, and that was what time? 2:00. Families were walking, people were walking with pirate stuff on, pirate bucko stuff everywhere. All the different logos of over the years. Oh, to get down to the Roberto Clemente Bridge to walk over. The coolest. I'm telling you. Hey, call me crazy. Call me crazy. I don't care. This is different. This is different. This opening day was different. And I'm going to talk to Andy Lindbergh about what he saw down there today. He's going to be in the studio coming up. Paul's going to have news. In the meantime, we are right in the heart of the rush hour. It's 4:55. Traffic on the fives here in the rush from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Lonzo.
All right, Michael. On the Parkway East heading inbound, traffic is stacking at the Square Hill Tunnel and outbound as you pass Greenfield. And coming from the north, traffic is slow at the merge point from the Fort Duquesne Bridge to the Fort Pitt. With AAA traffic, Alonzo Anderson, on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it. But But my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer. And 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for all your home's window, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. An American F-15 fighter jet has been shot down in Iran, and now a search and rescue operation is underway. The U.S. government is offering a reward for the recovery of any Americans. It's the first confirmed loss of a U.S. jet since the war in Iran began more than a month ago. Senior national security correspondent Charlie DeGatta.
Iranian state broadcaster aired footage. He said what they said was wreckage of a downed jet, and that wreckage was found in central Iran. In fact, one of the images appears to show an ejection seat. The number of crew involved is still unclear. A statement on Iranian television urging residents to join the hunt for the pilot or pilots, offering a bounty for any U.S. service members dead or alive. And there are reports from the Iranians, again, that there are heavy clashes underway between the Iranian military on the ground and the search and rescue attempts and teams, which obviously have to be conducted at low level, which of course puts U.S. service members at risk and within reach.
Again, an American F-15 fighter jet shot down in Iran this morning. Stay with News Radio KDKA for the latest on this developing story. Man's in the hospital recovering after being shot in Shaler. The shooting happened Thursday afternoon around 5:30 in the 1400 block of Mount Royal Boulevard. Police say another man was taken into custody at the scene. No word on the name of the alleged suspect and no word on what led to the shooting. The Allegheny County DA's office says they will no longer seek the death penalty against a man accused of shooting and killing McKeesport police officer Sean Slagansky in 2023. The incident occurred back on February 6th of that year. Police say Jonathan Morris pulled out a gun and opened fire after Morris's mother called police and said her son was being aggressive toward her and suffered from PTSD. Morris is facing criminal homicide charges and murder of a law enforcement officer of the first degree. The Eastern Regional Mon Valley Police Department seized a large amount of marijuana in a drug bust in Rankin. Police announced Thursday that they executed a search warrant at the home along Rankin Boulevard and discovered the drugs along with a gun that was found to have been stolen. Police arrested a 28-year-old man from Rankin. Charges are pending. No identity of the suspect has been made. AAA reports gas prices have gone up again in the Pittsburgh area. Earlier in the week, the average was $4 a gallon. Now it's up to $4.12. The rest of the state is averaging $4.11. The national average is $4.09. The Artemis II astronauts are on their way to the moon after a successful translunar injection rocket burn to break them out of the Earth's orbit. Canadian Jeremy Hansen spoke for the crew after the rocket firing was complete.
Well, with that successful TLI, the crew's feeling pretty good up here on our way to the moon, and we just wanted to communicate to everyone around the planet who's worked to make Artemis possible that we firmly felt the power of your perseverance during every second of that burn.
Again, Artemis II astronauts on their way to the moon. New York Stock Exchange not open today due to the fact that it's Good Friday. Pirates right now lead at 4-0 over the Orioles, and Connor Griffin in his first at bat, an RBI double for the 19-year-old. Again, Pirates 4, Orioles 0, top half of the third inning. Right now, mostly cloudy and 76 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next. Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
There was this one time I went snorkeling in the Caribbean when I was a kid. It really just blew my mind. We saw the most beautiful corals. I remember thinking they were waving at us as they moved with the ocean. And then there were all these amazing fish. I'll never forget it. It completely changed the way I look at the ocean.
Most of us have a memory of being in nature we'll never forget. Let's protect the world's natural places so more memories can be made for generations to come. Visit worldwildlife.org.
It is 5:05 on this Good Friday from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get a live update with Lonzo Anderson. Hi, Lonzo.
How you doing, Michael? Looking at the Cordell traffic cams, traffic is mostly clear with the exception of the Parkway East, where we are seeing a slowdown as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel, heading inbound, and as you pass Greenfield, heading out. With AAA traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm around, a low near 60. It will be a very warm day tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine. It will turn breezy, a high of 83, and periods of rain, some heavy tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
The yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Every week, I deliver an editorial message addressing issues of importance to the community. But this one is different. It's personal. It is a tribute to one of the greatest men I have ever known, Gary Kenneth Bowser. An icon in the automotive business, Gary died last weekend at the age of 81. He founded Bowser Automotive in 1983 and the wildly successful business grew to employ over 450 people and become one of the largest and most well-respected auto groups in the Pittsburgh area. Besides building a business from the ground up, Gary Bowser was an incredible family man who married his high school sweetheart, Barb. He lived a life of community service, especially in support of the Stanley M. Marks Blood Cancer Research Fund. Personally, Mr. B treated my wife and kids like his own family at every turn and in every moment of our lives. We will miss him more than words can ever express. Pittsburgh has lost a once-in-a-lifetime guy who will never be forgotten. And so, to his family, Barb, Gary Jr., Kurt, and all his grandchildren, we send our love and thanks for sharing him with all of us.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. It's 5:08 on Good Friday. Look who's here, our digital director for all of our stations here at Odyssey, including the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK, and the Fan, Andrew Limberg. I know you're on deadline, but I'm so glad I coaxed Andy to come in here because you were at PNC all day today, mostly, huh?
Yeah, I was there most of the morning until about first pitch.
What was your day like? Tell me.
Well, I walked into the clubhouse, saw Connor Griffin changing.
Wait a minute.
No, he was putting his belt on. And, was getting ribbed a little bit by his new teammates.
He looks like he comes across as like a nice guy.
He is 19, but he doesn't come across as 19. He's a man. He's tall. He's big.
I read the piece, the thing about his parents. His mother's a kindergarten teacher or something.
Yeah, his dad's a coach.
Yeah, and
he has a little brother. His dad
mother didn't answer the phone when he called to say he was going to move up.
His brother and his dad were on the field watching him take batting practice when we were out there.
Wow.
Today. So, yeah, there's definitely a vibe. Even before they announced Connor Griffin was being called up, and now that there's this report that he could be extended about 9 years, $140 million. That's just being reported. That's not official. But even before that, there was an excitement. And just on top of that, it's been today there was a buzz that hasn't been felt there.
I'm just saying it this way. It just feels different, and it does, and I can't help it.
Well, they've taken the necessary steps to put a competitive and good baseball team on the field. And they do everything right around the stadium, the atmosphere, walking around outside PNC Park. There were a ton of fans. And there's that new landing at North Shore that Herky Pollock's behind, right across the street from the home plate entrance.
I haven't been in there yet. That's kind of near like the Mazeroski statue.
It's right near the Mazeroski statue.
What's that look like?
It's great. They had a band playing today with a giant screen, and they opened up the I can't remember the name of it, but it's a donut place that serves alcohol and other treats. They have a Sugar Bird or something like that, I think.
Yeah, Sugar Bird, I think, yeah.
And that's right there, and there were a ton of fans
chicken,
there.
Right? Chicken,
donuts, that kind of stuff. But, there's just a vibe. Mike's Beer Bar and North Shore Tavern and all those places around there, just packed.
Okay, do you understand why I wanted you to come in, Andy? That I love when the Pirates, when PNC Park, which is few times in the last how many years, okay, if you take out opening day, that every seat is taken. You know, the last time I remember was the wild card game, and then the playoff games against
2015,
against the Cardinals or whatever it was. 2015, I think 15.
15 was the last year.
Yeah, that's right. And it was the most exciting time ever. And in other cities, if a team is really good, you see those crowds for a majority of the games.
Right.
And so the crowds down there today, from the optics that I looked at, and I wasn't there, you were, it just was like, to me, it gave me goosebumps.
It was overwhelmingly Pirates fans. A few Baltimore sprinkled in there. But yeah, it was overwhelming Pirates fans. And I was there early, about 11 o'clock, and there were people partying on on Federal Street, and then that just kept building throughout the afternoon.
Did you eat with the media inside the ballpark then?
I did.
So what you have? What kind of snacks did you have?
I'm a good Catholic on Friday.
Oh, did you have fish? I had fish for lunch. Was the fish any good?
It was good.
All right. So
I mean, it wasn't church fish fry quality, but it got the job done.
Wait a minute. You did a one-on-one with Bob Nutting.
Yeah, we went onto the field to watch Connor Griffin's batting practice, and Bob Nutting was just standing there, and a few of us took a couple minutes to talk to him, and I just had about 90 seconds with him and was able to just ask him a few questions about what's different this year. And something I know that the Pirates get bashed a lot for not being good over the past few years, but they have been putting these pieces in place over the past 5-6 years during Ben Cherington's reign as general manager. And I know it hasn't been up to expectation, but I think I asked him about those pieces that they have been putting in. So
Alonzo, play that.
Today is always an exciting day. It's always my favorite day of the year as we welcome fans back into the ballpark, and this year's no exception. But this year is a little special for all those reasons you just said. The level of expectation around this team, the core that's been built over multiple years, the offseason additions we were able to put in place this year, and you throw in the excitement of the top prospect in baseball coming up, making his debut here at the ballpark today. So I think fans deserve to be excited. I think the fans deserve to believe this is a team that can do something really special this year.
And on that note, this has been a year's in building with Paul Skeens and Bubba Chandler was drafted several years ago. So the pieces have been, this isn't just something that was done in the offseason. This is something that you and Mr. Cherington have been building for a few years to get to this point.
I think that's really an important piece of it. You know, Mitch Keller, our starter today, drafted Mitch in 2014. He's been with the organization for 12 years, signed into extension a couple of years ago. And Mitch is an important piece of that foundation. Ryan Reynolds, O'Neill Cruz, traded for O'Neill in 2017. So 9 years in the organization. Building that foundation, without that, adding a few pieces on top doesn't have the impact. And being able to do both, persevere through some tough years to be able to build this core over time, and then supplement it through this offseason. You have to have both pieces for it to work. I think we have put the time, patience, and work into building the core and supplementing, and that's why I'm so excited about 26.
Wow, that's incredible. All right, Andy, I have to do traffic. Can you stick for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, stay right there. Andy Lindbergh. That was his one-on-one interview with Pirates owner Bob Nutting, who said to Andy, looked him in the eye and said, fans deserve to be excited. Agreed. All right, Andy's going to stay with me here because I want to hear more about his day at PNC Park. But in the meantime, it's 5:15. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Lonzo.
All right, Michael, on the Parkway West, heading outbound, traffic slows as you board the ramp to the Fort Pitt Bridge. And on the east, we're seeing a slowdown as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel from both directions. With AAA traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Okay, it's 5:18 on Good Friday from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 5:30 news. Paul Alexander.
Michael, I know we're all caught up in the home opener, as we should be, but it's also college basketball's Final Four. It takes a whole lot to make me even think or care about Michigan, but I actually do right now. I'll explain. Bottom of the hour right here in the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Today is always an exciting day. It's always my favorite day of the year as we welcome fans back into the ballpark, and this year's no exception. But this year is a little special for all those reasons you just said. The level of expectation around this team, the core that's been built over multiple years, the offseason additions we were able to put in place this year, and you throw in the excitement of the top prospect in baseball coming up, making his debut here at the ballpark today. So I think fans deserve to be excited. I think the fans deserve.
That was Bob Nutting in a one-on-one interview with our digital director, Andrew Limberg, who just got back a little bit ago from PNC Park. You had an exciting day. He said fans deserve to be excited, and I last year, several games, Andy, I don't know how many you went to, but several games I was at last year at PNC Park, the chant was "Sell the team." And this is a 180 in terms of vibe.
It is, and that's what I wanted to ask Bob Nutting, but I also want to be respectful for our partnership. And,
of course.
But I essentially asked that, that the manager was booed last year. Players were booed last year when they were introduced on opening day, and it was just like pulling teeth last year, and it just felt like there was this cloud over the team, and it's completely changed this year. The sun is out right now, and it's just the way it feels down at PNC Park and around the park as well. The players are loose and having fun. Manager Don Kelly, Point Park graduate, we both went to the same school. He's having fun, but also I think we have to also remember this is his first full year as a manager in the major leagues.
That's right. Yes, it is.
And so he's also learning on the job, even though he had the experience most of last year after Derek Shelton was let go. But this is his first try, and Connor Griffin may turn out to be an amazing baseball player, a Mike Trout level. But Donnie Kelly may turn out to be an amazing manager. He's just getting his feet wet.
And don't forget about the pitching. But I have to ask you about the. Okay, so since they brought up Connor Griffin. Okay, I read that it was the toughest ticket, and people flew in and for tickets, resold tickets behind the dugouts for like $2,000 a seat, which I couldn't believe it for an opening day.
I didn't
for a
see that
Broncos
price,
game. I read that. Now, is it totally true? I don't know, but if it is, if that doesn't say that it feels different, I don't know what does. Was the Connor Griffin subject that monopolizing opening day down there?
It was.
Like what? Like, tell me, what did you? How?
So most of the questions in Don Kelly's press conference, his press conference with the media, was all about Connor Griffin. When we were on the field for batting practice, all of the cameras, when Connor Griffin was in the dugout after taking some ground balls at shortstop, all of the cameras were fixated on him. I actually posted a video on our social media pages, KDK Radio social media, where you can see I took a video of all the cameras that were filming Connor Griffin. He was just sitting in the dugout drinking water. And you're 19. The amount of pressure that's on there. And I was talking to one of my cohorts in the media there, and they've been following Connor and said he's normally not shaken, but he was a little off.
He was a little,
just a little. They said, he was still
a little herky jerky,
because
he's 19 years old.
Opening day, major leagues, on the verge of signing a record-breaking contract with the Pirates, and he hasn't played an out until now in the major leagues.
Incredible. And then he led off with a double, right? Led off with a double
RBI, and then he scored a run. So
yeah, I think by all accounts, Andy, he's worth the price of admission. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I think this year, if things continue to go the way that they should, and that's the thing about being a Pirate fan, is I've been a Pirate fan since I was 5, 6, 7 years old.
Sure.
And they were good. They won the division 3 straight years.
I grew up in the 70s, my man. We won every game.
I don't use the word hate often, especially on Good Friday, but I hated the Atlanta Braves for breaking my heart in 1992. Sid Bream, what a nice guy. I met him, but I can't stand him.
I know.
But and then 20 years. So excuse us if we're a little, gun shy for celebrating as Pirate fans. But if they do what they're set up to do, and for the first time in a decade, this team is set up to win. It doesn't mean they will, but they are ahead of the curve when it comes to winning. Andy, if that happens, that place is going to be absolutely rocking every single night.
That's what I want.
Like it was in 2013, 14, and 15.
Even when Greg Brown, who you and I love,
ran into him today,
love him. When he was doing from on the PA at PNC Park, introducing the players who were standing along the third base line, I was sitting in here with goosebumps, and I've never had that on opening day. It's because I feel like we're in a comeback here. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. But that's it.
I, as a Pirate fan, and to all Pirate fans, I say just enjoy it. Enjoy Connor Griffin. The thing this year is Pirate fans can go to a game and actually go for the game, not for the bobblehead, not for the nachos. It's all great. PNC Park's the greatest ballpark in America.
In the world.
But the number one reason to go there should be to watch a winning baseball team, and I think you're going to have fun. A bunch of families there this afternoon walking in. It was awesome.
I'm gonna use the words that Bob Nutting said in your one-on-one interview on the field. Our fans deserve to be excited. I'll leave it with that. Andrew Lindbergh, thanks a million, Andy. I really appreciate it. You bet. Absolutely. That was a lot of fun. All right, 5:25 on Good Friday evening from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Lonzo Anderson.
All right, Michael. On the Parkway West heading outbound, traffic is slow as you board the ramp to the Fort Pitt Bridge. On the east, we're still seeing a slowdown as you pass Edgewood Swissvale heading inbound and as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel heading out. With AAA Traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, You became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. An American F-15 fighter jet was shot down in Iran. A search and a rescue operation was underway. The U.S. government was offering a reward for the recovery of any Americans in its first confirmed loss of a U.S. jet since the war began. One crew member has now been rescued after the American aircraft went down in Iran. U.S. and Israeli officials have said that they have recovered one of the airmen. The Artemis II astronauts are on their way to the moon after a successful translunar injection rocket burn to break them out of the Earth's orbit. Canadian Jeremy Hansen spoke for the crew after the rocket firing was complete.
Well, with that successful TLI, the crew's feeling pretty good up here on our way to the moon, and we just wanted to communicate to everyone around the planet who's worked to make Artemis possible that we firmly felt the power of your perseverance during every second of that burn.
Again, that is rocket Artemis II on its way to the moon. The University of Michigan men's basketball team is in the Final Four, thanks in part to several players who weren't on the team last season. That includes one of the team's biggest fans, a 9-year-old boy with Down syndrome who attends every home game. Before the team took off for the game, where there's the big send-off, they did something very special for 9-year-old Grayson Vasquez. CBS News Detroit reporter Jack Springate has details.
Well, around the same time, transfers like Yaxel Lendeborg, Elliot Cadeau, and Adai Mara were first setting foot on campus. The team was also introduced to Grayson Vasquez, a 9-year-old boy with Down syndrome. In a season full of memories most other fans only saw from their seats or on TV, Grayson got to celebrate them behind the scenes with a team that also celebrated him.
All right, I'm going to like Michigan a little bit. Need a place to park for the draft? Rivers Casino has announced that fans can purchase in advance a 4-day parking package for the draft. Now, it's going to cost you a little bit of cash, $500 plus taxes and fees. It can be booked online right now. New York Stock Exchange not operating today due to it being Good Friday, and we still have good news coming from PNC Park. The Pirates now in the bottom of the fourth inning. They lead the Orioles by the score of 4-0. And Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old phenom, in his first at-bat in the major leagues. He had never played a single moment in the major leagues prior. He laced a RBI double into left center in the gap. He then came around to score as well, as the Pirates now lead it by the score of 4-0. KDK Radio News Time is 5:32. Our next update is at 6. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
It is precisely 5:35. It's Good Friday from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an update on traffic. Here's Lonzo Anderson. Lonzo?
All right, Michael, on the Parkway West, heading outbound. Traffic slows as you board and cross the Fort Pitt Bridge. And on the east, we're seeing a slowdown as you pass Edgewood Swissvale, heading inbound, and as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel, heading out. With AAA traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson, on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm, low 60. A very warm day tomorrow with some sunshine, high 83. Rain tomorrow night, some of it heavy, and then some showers early on Easter Sunday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Looking forward to a big week, plus a chance for you to win tickets to see Jason Aldean the night before the start of the draft.
That draft is right around the corner. On the North Shore, Points downtown, Point State Park. Oh, it's going to be fun. Cultural District, you better believe it. The North Shore is going to be humming, and it was humming today. Woo! my, oh my, oh my. Yep. Buccos are, it's a new day. It's a new day at PNC Park. It sure is. It's a new day. There's no question about it. So anyway, Larry will be here 5:30 a.m. on Monday, 5:30 a.m. to 10. Don't forget, I'll be here tomorrow 2 to 5. 2 to 5. I'm going to check in with John and Rachel here probably in a little bit, see what they have in store for you at 6 o'clock. You know, I wanted, and I'm going to get to a couple phone calls. I know a lot of you have been on hold there for a while. But, you know, this, I think there's concern today that what happened in Iran is going to widen this conflict and widen this war. Because an F-15 fighter jet, one of ours, was shot down in Iran. One crew member was recovered. There was a search and rescue type thing, and they recovered a crew member, or got him or her safely. Okay, no word on the condition there. The search continues for another crew member or crew members. They haven't said how many people were on board. But this is what is making people mad, and I don't blame them, and it's making me mad. Typical Tehran, Iran. They confirmed that they said that its military shot down the F-15 fighter jet. And state media urged Iranians to look out for the American crew and promised a reward for handing them over. So when I heard that, I was thinking, oh no, here we go with let's hope our service members can get in there and just get them out and get the crew members out. Get them out. We don't want any prolonged kidnapping thing like that. That's happened before. That's not what we want, okay? Believe me. All right, let me get a phone call or two. And Joanne in Point Breeze. Joanne, welcome back.
Hi, Michael. I usually don't hold on this long, but I do have to. Was fortunate enough to get one of those box seats where you don't have to wait for your food or the ladies' room.
Oh, you mean in the suites?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, or the Home Plate Club is. I love the Home Plate Club. It's right behind Home Plate, but you got your own bathrooms and stuff in there and food and all that, but it's very expensive. It is. There's no question about it.
Right. Well, I was fortunate, really lucky enough to.
Yeah, it's fun though. PNC Park is such a wonderful place, and I've said for years it's the greatest ballpark. Everyone agrees with that. It's always ranked number one, but we just didn't have a team to match to the beauty and comfort of PNC Park. And
right. Well,
hopefully now we do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I used to go to a lot of games, but over the years I've just really cut down. But I've always been able to get a ticket to go to the games. But the main thing I held on for. Let's not take our eye off the prize. Our soldiers, and he said these people didn't have an army, didn't have anything to fight with, and now our soldiers are. I'm just so sick and so sad that on this Resurrection Day, he has put our troops, our young men, and even some of the ones that are older, in harm's way at his greedy, his uncanny. I'm just sad, Michael, and that's why I stayed on. We can't. I just don't want.
I just want our service members that were on that F-15 to be rescued and get out of there and just get out of there.
Absolutely.
I don't want this hostage business going on, because if that goes on. This thing is going to widen, and it's going to be, and then we're going to seek retribution, and it's just going to go on. It could go on for a while, but it does make me mad that Iran. But that's what they do. That's what they do. Issue rewards to Iranians to snag up those service members that were on board that F-15. We got one out. We think there's one left over there that they have to get out of there and to grab them up and deliver them. That gets under my skin.
Didn't he say that they didn't have any army? They didn't have anything to fight with?
Yeah, but that we kind of pretty much defeated them, and then they shoot down an F-15. That's what they say. I think we have to get the official word as to what exactly this was. But this ain't good. It's not good,
Well, God bless these soldiers on Resurrection Day.
Me too.
And the person responsible, I hope has his head in the sand or I don't know where, because I'm just sad about all this. So, Michael, thank you. I'm always glad to hear you.
Thank you, Joanne. What are you doing for Easter? What are you going to do for Easter?
My sister wants me to. Well, my family wants me to come and eat with them, but these people don't eat till 6 o'clock.
Wait, I'm heading to relatives too, and I don't like having late dinners. I can't do it anymore. I like, you know what, hey Joanne, it's funny that you say that. I since I became an older man, when I go out and meet people for dinner, I ask them if can you do it at 4 o'clock?
Exactly.
Wait, because I want to get home. I like being home at 6:30 at the latest. I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of crazy. I know, but listen. Years ago, I would eat dinner at 9 o'clock at night, but I don't like that.
But you could stay up. You want to stay up and maybe party or talk.
Yeah,
or
I know, but that's all gone.
Yeah, it is. When I'm home, my dinner is usually done at like about 12 o'clock at the latest, and we're eating, and then we're going back snacking later on, But I don't know. I think I'm just going to cook because I like the
it was a good thing. A couple Easters, I met people for Easter brunch, and that was good. And that way, listen, that way I could, I'd be so full by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I wouldn't have to have any dinner, nothing else to eat the rest of the day. I could watch my sports on that Sunday night, all that type stuff, and I'd be good, But I understand. They're not eating till 6 o'clock. I don't know why.
I don't think I'm going.
People probably think we're out of our minds. I don't know.
I know.
I can't eat. I don't eat dinner at 6 o'clock anymore.
Oh, neither do I, Michael.
I eat dinner at 4:30 at the latest.
My niece is a wonderful cook, and my sisters, and they say we're going to eat about 5, and then it's probably about 7.
I know. Next thing you know, you're having dessert at 8:30 at night, and I'm half asleep. You understand? Oh man.
I hope some of the families are not listening because they'll know who it is.
You're going to get it. Oh, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. Joanne, thanks so much. Happy Easter. Talk tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow, 2 to 5. Hey, well, maybe we should talk Easter food tomorrow. What about that Posca bread? You know how to make that? I'd love that. I like that a lot. All right, guess what? It's 5:45 on this Friday evening. We're going to check traffic from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get that live update with Alonzo.
Well, Michael, not much has changed, as traffic is mostly clear with the exception of the Parkway East. We are still seeing a slowdown heading inbound from Edgewood Swissvale, and as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel, heading out. With AAA Traffic, I'm Gonzo Anderson, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on April 10th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Okay, it is coming up at 5:49. Lots going on today, believe me. From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 6 p.m. news. In the newsroom, Paul Alexander.
Michael, thank you. We have some good news concerning a shot-down F-15 fighter jet. Details coming up. Top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, guess what? A VIP just came into my studio. John, where are you? A VIP just came into my studio, and you had a lot of nerve, John, trying to steal him trying to steal him for your podcast.
I can't even claim him as my guest.
Father Nick Vaskoff on Good Friday.
Rachel, we're talking about your guest. Get on there right there.
Rachel, he's
Hit
my
the button.
Actually, Father Nick Vaskoff, he was my intern at QED. He's going to be on with me tomorrow.
How about that?
3 o'clock for the Easter message.
I booked him though, Michael.
Rachel got it.
Don't you dare.
Yeah. Rachel put in the offertory collection to get him here.
I sent a text just saying.
She put an extra $10 in her envelope.
Greatest. I was just talking about my last caller about everyone wants to talk about Easter food tomorrow. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. One of the best cooks, chefs, Father Nicholas Vaskoff.
Get out.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I didn't know this isn't in my
I'm
notes.
not letting him talk right now, but I'm saving him for tomorrow.
I see that. Are you really on tomorrow?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. All right, Father. What microphone is he on?
There you
Did
go.
we just establish
He's
this now?
number
Wait.
one. It looks.
All
or
right, Father,
two.
you can answer. Go ahead.
There you go.
This one or this one?
Wait, which one? Get over there. Get him over there, Rachel. Give him that one right there.
This one or this one?
He's right there. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Wait, are you cook? You're not cooking.
I'll cook for Sunday.
You will? What do you like for what? Like what?
We do kielbasa, ham. We're Polish, so.
There are a few of your favorite things.
Are you gonna put sauerkraut in there?
No. My dad and I made beet horseradish last week.
Oh wow! Guess who one of my most loyal listeners is?
This guy.
Father Nick's aunt.
My Aunt Karen.
And
Oh,
Karen.
Michael.
And she. And
So you're a Greenfield person?
No.
Oh.
No, Forest Hills.
Forest Hills.
Oh.
No, Aunt Karen invited me for Christmas Eve, and I was like, "Are you kidding, Aunt Karen? I have to be with my own family." Isn't she hilarious?
She's
I love
the best.
her.
Absolutely the best.
But every year,
Pittsburgh.
Every year in advance of Easter, I have Father Nick for the Easter message, and he's so wonderful because I love to hear what he's saying to his flock on Easter Sunday.
I forget, what was your parish?
Because St. Rosalia.
Rosalia.
I still go there.
Yeah.
Father, we have the immigrant mass I go to at noon.
Exactly.
Yeah. But you have a gazillion. You have that whole cluster.
I have 8 churches.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
I went to Old St. Mary's We used to call it St. Mary's of the Point.
Yeah, I was there today for.
Oh, you were?
actually,
Okay,
yeah.
so I was there for noon mass maybe a month ago. I had a meeting downtown, and I'd forgotten, Father, that I'm going to stand up because I can't see you. There's my man.
I know.
Wait,
I
Father.
love that guy.
That in the bulletin, I'm like, oh, wow. I didn't realize this was part of your parish as well.
Yeah.
Because you have St. Stan's.
And St. Pat's in the Strip.
Yeah.
Immaculate Heart on Polish Hill.
Yeah.
St. Nicholas in Millvale. St. Anthony's Chapel and Most Holy Name of Jesus on Troy Hill.
Yeah.
And St. Mary's at the Point in Epiphany downtown.
Wow. Did you do a Good Friday stuff today?
I did St. Mary's and then St. Nick's.
Did you do 12 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay, why are some... See, I'm not being controversial. Don't get embarrassed.
You are going to get controversial.
Stop being embarrassed. No, I'm not.
No.
Why are some churches not 12 to 3? They push it back.
I'm with you.
Do you understand?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but why? Is that because
It says it has to happen between 12 and 3.
That it has to?
Yeah, that's when it should happen.
I know, but that's why I'm asking you. Some of them aren't.
But if you have to, you can move it to the evening because people work today.
Okay, all right.
And so, yeah, but the time, because that's the time Jesus was on the cross.
Yeah. Okay, my favorite liturgy of the year. And I had to do the show last night, and it was okay because I actually went home and looked up the Notre Dame Folk Choir on YouTube because they had "Now We Remain," all the Holy Thursday songs that I love that make me cry. How was Holy? Where did you do Holy Thursday at St. Stan's last night?
No, I did Holy Thursday at Epiphany last night.
Oh, you did? Okay. What was that like?
It was beautiful. Washed feet.
Oh,
See, that's my favorite liturgy. It's incredible, isn't it?
It really is.
Now, I know what I saw with you and the bishop. You were doing something, and then this I loved. Bishop
Mark
Ekman did mass and washed the feet of inmates at the Allegheny County Jail.
Yep.
Were you there for that?
I was not. I have been there in the past.
So you were with him earlier in the day at the Chrism Mass or something. Yeah. But I thought that was, Father Nick, a very powerful deal.
Yeah.
When he washed...
Is that new? Has that not happened?
No, Bishop Zubik and Bishop Worrell both did that.
I thought Bishop Worrell did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he did too. And I think, Bishop David Zubik did. But then I saw Ekman standing there talking, and they were like in awe in the sense that that is a true, practical message on Holy Thursday as it relates to the Triduum, our I'm turning this into EWTN. Wait a minute. Father,
preach, Michael, preach.
You be quiet over there. Father, that washing that's Jesus washed the apostles' feet. That's a very powerful deal.
It is. I think it's the recognition, one, of the call for us to serve others, and two, that no one is beneath the mercy and love of God.
See?
Because Jesus humbled himself to wash his disciples' feet.
This is why Father Nick
is everyone's favorite.
And he's going to be on my show tomorrow, not yours. Well. And I'm just kidding. Don't you love John and Rachel?
They're the best.
So you were in there doing a podcast for them?
No, he's coming on now.
He's going to be on tonight with us.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
I forbid it.
Stick around. Look what I brought you. Michael, look what we brought you.
Hey, we bribed you with Mancini's pepperoni roll and bread.
Oh, then
We
everything's fine.
saved
Everything's just fine.
There's
All
500 loaves of it in the true religious fashion.
Father Nick, we love you.
Love you too, Michael.
I hope, make sure you tell Aunt Karen to listen to us tomorrow.
I will.
She will. I know she will. I love her. Happy Easter, everyone. But I'll see you tomorrow at 2 to 5. Father Nick Vaskoff will be with me at 3:05. For his Easter message. Here we go. All right, it's 5:55 on Good Friday from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get in there with Lonzo and get an update on traffic. Lonzo?
Oh, Michael, not much has changed, seeing as traffic is mostly clear.
Oh, what a pleasure
with
to
the
see you, Paul.
exception of Parkway East, where we are seeing a slowdown heading inbound from Edgewood Swissvale. And we're still seeing a slowdown as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel heading out. With AAA Traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow. Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. U.S. and Israeli officials say one crew member from the F-15 fighter jet that was shot down in Iran has been rescued. No other details are available at this time. The U.S. was offering a reward for the recovery of any Americans. It's the first confirmed loss of a U.S. jet since the war began more than a month ago. A man is in the hospital recovering after being shot in Shaler. The shooting happened Thursday afternoon around 5:30 in the 1400 block of Mount Royal Boulevard. Police say another man was taken into custody at the scene. No word on the name of the alleged suspect. No word on what led to the shooting. The Allegheny County DA's office says they will no longer be seeking the death penalty against a man accused of shooting and killing McKeesport police officer Sean Slagansky. That was in 2023. The incident occurred back on February 6th of that year. Police say Jonathan Morris pulled out a gun and opened fire after Morris's mother called police and said her son was being aggressive toward her and suffered from PTSD. Morris is facing criminal homicide charges and murder of a law enforcement officer of the first degree. The Eastern Regional Mon Valley Police Department seized a large amount of marijuana in a drug bust in Rankin. Police announced Thursday that they executed a search warrant at a home along Rankin Boulevard and discovered drugs and a gun that had been stolen. Police arrested a 28-year-old man from Rankin, and charges are pending. AAA reports gas prices have gone up again in the Pittsburgh area. Earlier in the week, the average was $4 a gallon. Now it's up to $4.12. Pennsylvania's average is $4.11. The national average, $4.09. The Artemis II astronauts are on their way to the moon after a successful translunar injection rocket burn to break them out of the Earth's orbit. Canadian Jeremy Hansen spoke for the crew after the rocket firing was complete.
Well, with that successful TLI, the crew's feeling pretty good up here on our way to the moon, and we just wanted to communicate to everyone around the planet who's worked to make Artemis possible that we firmly felt the power of your perseverance during every second of that burn.
Again, that is Artemis II on its way to the moon. So you need a place to park during the draft. How about the Rivers Casino? They've announced that fans can purchase in advance a 4-day parking package for the entire draft, but it's going to cost you to the tune of $500 plus taxes and fees. You can now book it online. A new poll by Susquehanna Polling and Research shows Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro with a 22-point lead over his likely opponent in this year's gubernatorial race, Republican Treasurer Stacey Garrity. According to the poll, if the election for government were held today, 58% said they would vote for Shapiro, 36% said they would vote for Garrity. The New York Stock Exchange is not operating today due to the Good Friday holiday. In sports, still good news from PNC Park. We're now in the top half of the sixth inning. The Pirates lead it by the score of 5-2. And how about the debut for Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old called up for his first Major League game today. In his first at bat, he laced a RBI double into the left center gap. He also came around to score. Our next update at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it is KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and we have Lonzo with some traffic. Lonzo, what's going on out there?
Well, Rachel, looking at the quote-unquote traffic cams, traffic is mostly clear with the exception of the Parkway East, where we are seeing a slowdown heading inbound from Edgewood-Swissville as you approach the Square Hill Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Lonzo Anderson, on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm around, a low near 60. It will be a very warm day tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine. It will turn breezy, a high of 83, and periods of rain, some heavy tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Time now for Rachel and John on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Boom.
Of the year, opening day.
Yeah.
There are just layers upon layers upon layers of people. Our office is in the North Shore. You look outside the window and it's just a sea of black and yellow.
And I think it's the one time where everybody's a baseball fan, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a party. And, we got to go out, wander around. Everybody's in their black and gold and just having a good time. Everybody's in a good mood.
Sure.
And the weather helped that a lot as well.
No question. And you almost think, because, it is notoriously known to be kind of dreary.
Yes.
On this day because it's Good Friday. I was ready to say Black Friday, which we've done before.
Right.
I know it's a terrible thing to mix up. And so it's Good Friday for anyone that is Christian and follows along with the things that I do through my Catholic years of remembrance. And it's habitually a dreary day. So the fact that today was so bright and so cheerful, it was really a good feeling.
And that's actually one of the questions I have for our guests is why is it called Good Friday
and not
when
Black
it's such
Friday,
a tragic day, right? It might be a stereotypical question, but I want to make sure we get to that when we have our guests coming up here. But
how excited are you for our guests, though?
I know, it's pretty cool. It's like we did this.
It's a show and tell.
Speaking of the draft coming to town, you're like, I'll draft this priest, and I said, I'll draft my pastor.
Yes.
And we're going to come in here and we're going to talk about Easter.
Yes, I love that. But what were you going to say? We're actually watching the rest of the Pirate
We
game.
are watching the game, and I was trying to think can we announce that they've won? But no, it's 5-2, and it's in the sixth inning.
Bottom
right?
of the sixth,
Bottom of the sixth inning. But it's cool because the reason why I hope that they win is not necessarily for record or historical case.
Okay.
I just hate those people that go, hey, they can't serve beer at PNC Park this year. Why? They lost the opener. Come on.
Oh no, Dad.
Look, I'm a dad, and I support dad jokes, but not that one.
Not that one.
Yeah.
What I support, in addition to people coming out on opening day, was how much life there was on the North Shore. Albeit, I know we have a draft coming. But how cool was it to walk over toward, now I'm proximity challenged, where would you say the stage was? Across from
the new place?
Across from home plate, where you enter home plate? Yeah.
It's right up from the Bill Mazeroski statue.
Gotcha. Yeah,
right?
there you go. That's a good Pittsburgh way of knowing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what used to be there other than it was a lot.
It was just a lot.
And we've been watching it as we go out for walks around our office on the North Shore. There's been a fence up there, and you're like, well, they're building something really quick
going on
over
back
there.
there?
They're trying to make a fast buck. And then we show up there, and there's this huge stage with lights and a big screen TV and food and people just having a good time, all within walking distance of our office.
It is exactly what
the
we
world
needed.
Headquarters of Yajaga
Right,
Media.
but it is, yes, that is true. But it is exactly what was needed in the North Shore. Everyone was saying it. Everybody who was gathering in that space was like, this is what we needed down here. Because it's lovely. There's so many great things to see, but there wasn't that open space. And I forget who said, whoever we ran into, the fact that there's music there now, they're going to continue that. And if it's ticketed, they're going to put the fencing back up, which I think is brilliant. But as you said, we sometimes, if we know that there's a band at PNC Park or if something's going on at Stage AE, so many Pittsburghers will just go on their boats on the river or just kind of walk the river so that they can hear all the great sounds. And now that's going to be made possible yet again.
I think it's
I'm
super
excited.
cool in that, and you were going to where it's kind of free to just walk up and use,
for sure,
unless it is a ticketed event. And that's what makes it, when you think of all those places down on the North Shore that there's a line, there's this, there's that, it's literally a walk up and have fun kind of thing, right?
I can't,
in the shadows
I literally cannot wait to see.
So we were down there. It was fun. We got to see Captain Chris. If you don't know Captain Chris, he's notorious the head of the Renegades of the Rotunda. They dress as pirates and they stand on the rotunda out there in the left field, I believe, and they walk around, take pictures with kids, and do all kind of good stuff with nonprofits and things like that in the Pittsburgh area. So Captain Chris was hanging out with all of his.
He was fantastic.
What do they call pirates? Like
Pyri.
I
don't know. I'm making it up. It's the plural of pirate. Multiple pirates. They're pyri.
Pirates. It's not pirates.
It's not.
Right.
No, that I will not.
Yeah.
I don't mean to jump backwards, but I was trying to find something out.
I saw you looking diligently.
And I appreciate that. Herky Pollock's new place, the Sugar Bird. I could not remember what it was called, but how cool was that to see? And as we were walking, Monica said to me, the prices aren't bad either, which was awesome to see that there's donuts and ice cream and drinks and things like that. So it's not a pop-up, Pittsburgh. Do not be so many of us Yinzers are like, it's a pop-up for the draft. No, it is there.
It's there.
It's sticking around.
And it seemed like it was actually running pretty efficiently as well. As they
for
were
a day
calling
like
out
today,
orders on it. And I think when you say a day like today, I think like, how many people do you think were down there? Because 5 times that are going to be hanging out in the next few weeks.
A little bit. I'm a people person. We know I have zero problem being around people, and I don't walk away from a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot today, and I thought the same thing. How are we going to navigate this?
In this studio, Cousin Lisa, Michaela, and Grace. Okay.
Yes.
Grace may not know the answer to this question.
Okay.
We walked around for, say, 37 minutes. How many people, hold up your hands, how many fingers, how many people did Rachel see that she talked to?
I mean, John is no better.
Six. Michaela said 6.
Michaela's saying 7.
Okay. Oh, 7. Oh, okay. And Lisa says 8. What do you think it was? I mean, we count Jeff, 8, Teddy,
9.
Patrick.
I'm gonna go
Patrick
17. Because the Pirates in the Rotunda were there as well. But it was right outside our
and they
store,
count as 5 right there.
Right.
Yeah.
It was
and
right
they
outside.
sang their classic Love Boat, which you'll see on Instagram at some point.
I did not, but I appreciate that because we love conversing with Pittsburghers. That's what this is all about. So it's a perfect point to say, if this is your first time listening, thank you. We love being here on Fridays and Saturdays. We love to jag around and tell unique Pittsburgh stories.
And we go all the way through till 10 o'clock because we just recorded the podcast version of this show, and that's on video that comes out. You can watch that as well. But the cool thing is now you can watch this part of it on video as well on the KDKA YouTube Metropolitan Window Company YouTube channel. You can go see all of our guests as they walk here into the studio. And, it's kind of interesting because you have to kind of dress for success when you come in here now. You just kind of can't come in shabby clothes thinking you're on the radio.
Well, and speaking of walking past the window, so if you've been to the KDK studio, you know that it's a very large, picturesque window. And our dear friend Michael Bartley was on prior to us, and John is telling him that there is somebody he needs to see. And it was awesome to see his reaction that Father Nick was here to say hello. He's actually going to be on our show. Michael, he's on our show, not yours.
Right, we beat you to it, yeah.
But no, we love Michael Bartley, and it was so refreshing for me to see Andy and Paul Alexander and Michael Bartley get up because Father Nick just has this presence about him, and I'm so excited. I am not a competitive. I am a competitive person, but I am not competing my priest versus your pastor. I promise.
He knows more people than you.
He does know more people than I do.
I don't think you want to get into that.
That is for sure. And you also have brought somebody we need to know.
Pastor Carl from the Kenmore United Presbyterian Church, someone who I've looked up to since I don't even know how long, Pastor Carl, but it's been probably 10 years, something like that. I've been involved in there. Thanks. Yeah, a nice family-oriented
John,
church.
We're going to talk to them next, but I have to go to traffic.
Do it.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it is KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. What is going on with that traffic?
All right. There we go. All right, listen,
that's good
you
to
want
know.
to describe the traffic?
I mean, that
right
is
now,
not
going
where you
in
want to
Green
go.
Tree, this is not going to do anything. The Green Tree inbound, it's okay. Green Tree outbound is
You're making
really
it up.
there's nothing there because until the Pirate game lets out. This is John and Rachel, 100.1
well done.
FM and AM 1020 KDK.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
The mission of the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy is to defend the interests of taxpayers, citizens, and businesses against an increasingly burdensome and intrusive government. Our nonprofit research and education organization formulates and advocates public policies that roll back the size and scope of local government and make it more accountable. Join the cause by making a tax-deductible donation at AlleghenyInstitute.org, where conventional public policy wisdom has been challenged since 1995.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
From the KDKA news desk here, it's the getting ready for the 6:30 news. It's Paul Alexander. Paul.
John, thank you very much. Obviously, a lot going on over at PNC Park, but this weekend is also men's college basketball's Final Four. Not a big Michigan fan, but I have to admit they did something pretty cool. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free, visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Such good music to get excited, John.
Right. listen,
walk-in music.
It's exciting because we are watching the Pirate game. Well, it's 5-3 now. So
yes, that's okay. It's still
right.
good.
Yeah, it's still good. So this is where, again, we said earlier, we want to talk about Easter celebrations and traditions. And we both said, hey, who can we bring on? And we did, like I said earlier, a little draft.
A little draft.
Right?
Perfect timing, yes.
Are there priests that might be disappointed as far as, wow, how did Father Nick get the call?
No.
Like I can definitely explain how Pastor Carl got the call.
No, and I have to give a good introduction in terms of, Father Nick, as I started to say, and you heard Michael Bartley if you were listening, he walks into a room and you want to know him. He's just a good person and you feel that. And, as many churches, we go through ebbs and flows of different people, and everybody resonates differently. And there was something about your youth and what you brought to our CCD program that was just so special to me, because I don't know if I shared this with you. I went to Catholic school. So St. Cyril was my school. I then went to Mount Alvernia. My children were at North Hills, so they did CCD. And I admitted that when I was a child, I said, we didn't like the CCD kids. Isn't that a terrible thing? Mm-hmm. Yes. He said,
That's what confession's for.
That's what confession's for.
We just
Father.
did it, right?
Yes. So I confessed. Yeah, now I've gotten it out there. But then my kids obviously became CCD kids, and it was interesting to see how you just completely changed that whole kind of atmosphere. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And it's it's teamwork.
It is teamwork.
We had great CCD teachers
Yes.
and administrators, but I just love people.
You do, and it shows.
Yeah.
Give us a little background, because I really don't know. I mean, other than the entire KDK radio staff.
And you're very impressive that you know all of the church's names.
Yes. Yeah,
I mean, they
right.
change. Yeah, so that's very impressive.
So born and raised in Pittsburgh, in Forest Hills. My mother was a Catholic grade school teacher, went to St. James of Wilkinsburg, went to Central Catholic, went to Duquesne, entered the seminary, lived in Rome for 5 years in the seminary, and have been a priest since 2009 in different assignments, and I just love it. And I love where I am now in the city, downtown, in the neighborhoods, Strip District. Just a blessing.
I love that.
Yeah.
Was it always that kind of easy? Because you say it so effortlessly. And so many of us, as I tell my children, you have to figure out what you don't like and what you don't want to do to really hone in on what it is you do want to do. That was not the case.
So I had no thought of being a priest when I went to college.
Okay.
I wanted to be a television news producer, in all honesty. And it was my freshman year at Duquesne where I think was learning how to pray more on my own. I had to make it my own. And through that, just felt this desire to enter the seminary and be a priest. And not to say it wasn't easy along the way, but all
when
along,
you know.
You know. Just that there was just a great sense of peace that this is what I was made to do.
I love hearing that.
Was there an influential person, a priest, a religious person within that maybe isn't Roman Catholic in your life that was an influence?
So I think the biggest influence to me, Central Catholic is staffed by the Christian Brothers.
Sure.
So they're religious men, but they're not priests. They're devoted to teaching.
Okay.
And one of the teachers at Central at the time, Brother Bob Schaefer, who later became the principal there, was just an amazing example of a good Christian man. And I think before I was actually consciously thinking about it, came to realize that, this is a possible way to do that.
Sure.
So I'm grateful to him all the time.
Yeah, I love that. I love hearing that, because we all have those mentors to kind of help us figure it all out. Talk to us a little bit about, obviously, Easter. And this is one of the holiest times. People make such a fuss over, keeping Christ in Christmas in terms of we get so excited about the hustle and bustle of the shopping season. And I think sometimes, especially at that time, we're not as focused. Whereas Easter, to me, always felt a little bit more really in the spirit. Do you get that? And do you feel like your parishioners get that?
For sure.
Yeah.
These few days are busy, but it's a different busy from Christmas.
Yes, right.
Where it's like you're running around, and people are still running around buying their Easter foods and getting things for their Easter baskets. But the busyness is really focused on the different celebrations we have. Last night, the Mass of the Lord's Supper, where we wash the feet and we commemorate the Eucharist.
Love that.
Today, the Passion of Jesus, where we listen to the Passion story, we venerate the cross. Tomorrow, the Easter Vigil, where we'll welcome new Catholics and people who are completing their sacraments. And then, of course, Easter Sunday. So it's a different kind of busy. It's really focused on those particular celebrations. And then families woven into that.
Yeah.
Easter dinners and breakfasts and all the things that'll happen on Sunday. So every time and every holiday is busy, but yeah, it's just in a more controlled way, I think, at Easter.
Is it something where you look, as we look forward to Easter for the festivities, right? Because clearly you have your own traditions and things of that nature, but do you look forward to the Mass part as much as we, really? What is it about that for you? From that perspective, because we don't see that.
Oh, sure. I mean, especially Thursday, Friday, Saturday, those celebrations for us are so unique.
Sure.
They're so different from what we do every other Sunday or every other day. And so it's sort of keeping us on our toes. Like, there's a lot of different moving parts, and we have to, and again, I could easily get caught up in making sure I'm doing everything right, but honestly, it's being able to enter in and pray all the more, and to see how everyone is moved by those unique things, because it's different for them too.
Sure.
And they might not know what's happening next, and then all of a sudden there we're washing someone's feet, or we're lighting the Easter fire, and just it brings I think a different joy. So yeah, the uniqueness of these days is really, I think, the blessing of them.
How interesting.
Father Nick, as far as, as you've seen people grow, kids, now you're seeing them as adults and things like that. Is that a bright spot? I'm sure, when you see somebody come back, maybe they've moved away and they come back to church to see you. And I mean, just, Cousin Lisa or Rachel, somebody like that. I'm sure that's got to be good. But when they move really far away and you've sort of mentored them.
Oh, for sure. And being where I am now, being in the city, because it's a place where people like to come when they're visiting home again if they've moved away. I'm always surprised, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're here. And the reconnections, or people have come back, and people who, I was a chaplain at Central Catholic for a few years, and some of those guys have asked me to do their weddings, baptize their children. And so there's so much joy in that. And those it's like we were never apart. We make those connections, and then to be able to celebrate with them.
Yeah, I love hearing that from your perspective, because I think we all have stories that we can tell. As I shared with you, my mother passed in December, and that was what made me say I need to go back regularly. And it has felt really good to be going back, because we all go through those ebbs and flows, you know, and there's not this judgmental feel. And I think there is this embracing and this welcoming on both ends. So
for sure. And again, what we celebrate today, Good Friday, Jesus on the cross, like that moment is timeless.
Yes.
And it means that no matter what age, what circumstance, wherever we are, Jesus' love is offered for us.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes things like a death in the family. It takes it can be really joyful moments. It can be really challenging moments to help us continue to realize that. But God reminds us, again, like with washing the feet, no one is beneath God's love and mercy. No one is not good enough for it.
John, I have to interrupt him. I don't want to.
Right.
We have to take a little break, but we have more to come. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Partly sunny and 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. U.S. and Israeli officials say one crew member from the F-15 fighter jet that was shot down in Iran has been rescued. No other details are available at this time. The U.S. was offering a reward for the recovery of any Americans. It's the first confirmed loss of a U.S. jet since the war began more than a month ago. The Allegheny County DA's office says they will no longer seek the death penalty against the man accused of shooting and killing McKeesport police officer Sean Slagansky in 2023. The incident occurred back on February the 6th of that year. Police say Jonathan Morris pulled out a gun and opened fire after Morris's mother called police and said her son was being aggressive toward her and suffered from PTSD. Morris is facing criminal homicide charges and murder of a law enforcement officer of the first degree. A successful manned mission launch to the moon from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavides has that story.
It was an amazing ride uphill.
The crew of Artemis 2 now in orbit.
We forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
Hours after a successful launch from Florida's Kennedy Space Center.
Booster ignition and liftoff.
Roughly 9 million pounds of thrust propelled the four-person team on NASA's first manned moon mission in more than 50 years, shaking the nearby CBS News set and igniting cheers from crowds who came to watch history in the making.
It was the coolest thing I've seen ever.
Christian Benavides, CBS News, at the Kennedy Space Center.
The University of Michigan men's basketball team is in the Final Four thanks in part to several players who weren't on the team last season. That includes one of the team's biggest fans, a 9-year-old boy with Down syndrome who attends every home game. Before the team took off for the game, there was a big send-off, but they did something very special for 9-year-old Grayson Vasquez. CBS News Detroit reporter Jack Springate has more.
Well, around the same time, transfers like Yaxel Lendeborg, Elliot Cadeau, and Adai Mara were first setting foot on campus. The team was also introduced to Grayson Vasquez, a 9-year-old boy with Down syndrome. In a season full of memories most other fans only saw from their seats or on TV, Grayson got to celebrate them behind the scenes with a team that also celebrated him.
And the Final Four will be taking place tomorrow with the championship set for Indianapolis on Monday evening. No report from Wall Street today because of the Good Friday holiday. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Right now, the Pirates holding on to a 5-3 lead. They're in the bottom half of the 7th inning at PNC Park. Connor Griffin, in his debut as a major leaguer, the 19-year-old laced a double into left center field. That was an RBI double. He would also come around to score. Again, Pirates 5, Orioles 3, bottom half of the 7th. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Research firm Omdia reports that the global semiconductor market topped $830 billion in sales in 2025, the second straight year of 20% growth thanks to AI-driven demand for memory chips and storage. NVIDIA led all companies with $150 billion in revenue, up 54% from a year earlier, followed by South Korean firms Samsung and SK Hynix. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm, low 60. A very warm day tomorrow with some sunshine, high 83. Rain tomorrow night, some of it heavy, and then some showers early on Easter Sunday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Looking forward to a big week, plus a chance for you to win tickets to see Jason Aldean the night before the start of the draft.
Father Nick Baskov is bobbing his head to jump around. I love this. I need this
I
on
feel
film.
like if we implemented that into a Sunday mass, a Sunday celebration, like it would just be. To be honest with you, the person we're about to meet is Pastor Carl, who is from my church, Kenmar United Presbyterian Church. So first of all, welcome, Pastor Carl.
Thank you, John.
You found us, and when you walked in, there was all this havoc going on here tonight, but we got it all settled down here. But what's funny is that when I go to church, I like sit there and just kind of do my thing, and I'm not the singer kind of person. So, but when I go to Kenmar United Presbyterian Church, they're people move.
It's very immersive.
They're very active when they're singing.
Okay.
It's not what I grew up with. So it's almost like uncomfortable. I go but everybody looks like they're actually having a good time.
Yeah, but you should feel comfortable that that's not your thing.
Yeah,
that's
and
okay.
that's cool.
Yeah.
So
I should come there because I'll sing.
Oh,
I will misselect karaoke like no one's business.
So, Pastor Carl, welcome. We appreciate it. Tell us a little bit about the church. I'm going to use Yinzer directions and say it's the church right across from the Wendy's on Fairhaven
That's
Road.
it. That's so Pittsburgh.
That's how you get there.
Yeah.
Or with pleasure meeting Father Nick down the street from St. Malachi Church.
There you go.
The other geographic location. I'm a cradle Presbyterian, born and raised in Greenville, Pennsylvania.
Oh.
And I was telling Father Nick a moment ago that my cousins, two of my uncles, and their families were raised Catholics. So I was at the St. Michael's Catholic Church for a lot of baptisms and first communions and confirmations and so on, and sadly funerals for my aunts and uncles. But that's where I grew up. Went to Messiah University near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, on to Princeton Seminary, and then to my first call, which was in Beaver County, out near Raccoon Creek State Park. It's really in the country. Was there almost 10 years before coming to Kenmar. So I've been serving at Kenmar for 33 years. Wow. And one of the unique things about our church is that I am only the third pastor in 93 years. The founding pastor was there 15 years. Reverend Robert Sharp was there 45 years.
Oh, the Sharp Hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came as a seminary student when he was in seminary here on the north side. And I've been there 33 years as of the end of March. Wow. Incredible the way time flies. But
incredible.
An amazing, loving, generous, terrific community of people at Kenmar United Presbyterian.
And we talked about Father Nick, and I'll let you get in here, Rach, don't worry. But we talked about Father Nick and how friendly all these people are influenced by him, right? And Pastor Carl's the same. Back when my kids were going to St. Malachi School, we would go to church, and then we would go down to the Wendy's and eat. And this person named Pastor Carl would come across the street, come into Wendy's, and like, he's so nice. Like, we don't even go there, and he's so nice. And then, fast forward, and I end up there, and then in a totally Yinzer way, it was found out that I applied to be a member, and in the process, and 2 days later, a guy named Bucky Savat dropped off 2 loaves of Mancini's bread hanging on my door.
That's so Yinzer.
The bread of life.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but I wanted to ask, as we were talking to Father Nick, about how great it is and how heartwarming it is to see people coming back to the church. Are you witnessing that as well?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
There is a resurgence in interest in spiritual things, trying to figure out, why the world is like it is.
Sure.
And how God might have an answer for that since he created the world.
Yeah.
And going back to the Good Friday question, one of the reasons it's called Good Friday is because when God created the world, he pronounced it good.
I didn't realize that.
What happened on Good Friday is that the world began to be recreated by the death of Jesus Christ. And then, of course, by his resurrection 3 days later. So that's one reason we call it good. It seems tragic, it seems very sad, but that is one of the things that makes it good.
I love that. I did not realize that, or at least maybe I forgot.
Well,
I'm sure
the good news is I only did 8 years of Catholic school. Rachel did 12, and neither
13,
of us knew
kindergarten,
that answer.
so I did 13. Yeah.
Neither.
Well, and another kind of connector with Father Nick and myself, and that is Father Mark Ekman came to Kenmar about 15 years ago to officiate a wedding with me.
Oh, wow.
A young man from his parish and a young woman from our congregation were getting married, and they asked if, Father Mark could come, and I said, absolutely. And we had a wonderful time together.
And that's the stuff we love to hear as we were talking about how important it is because you need faith. That's what it comes down. When I have conversations with people or when my kids have said to me, so-and-so doesn't believe, and I'll say, it's just so important to have faith. It doesn't matter what it is that what church you're going to or where you're going to pray or where you worship. It's just the fact that you have some kind of faith that's instilled, Listen, you two can talk all you want, and I know that Father Nick has to leave, but you have to answer Yinzer questions. So, Pastor Carl, you will get more time once Father Nick leaves, but we need to know these Yinzer question answers. Did you get the script? Like, you're good?
Are
you feeling comfortable?
A hint.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we'll let Father Nick go first because he's running out. So we'll call him a jag. No, we won't. I'm just kidding, Father Nick. So essentially, you can, right. So you guys can jump in at any point. We always ask, Pittsburghers procrastinate. We say, we're going to get there. We've lived here our whole lives. It's okay. It'll be there. What is your procrastination destination? Is there a place that you're like, I've not been?
I really had to think about it.
Did you? And?
Because I feel like I'm the quintessential Yinzer.
You are.
Never been to the Allegheny Observatory.
That's right by my own house.
That's the first time somebody's mentioned
I've been to
it.
Riverview. I've been to Riverview Park, but I've never actually been up to the observatory.
It is really cool.
Yeah.
A lot of the Girl Scout and Boy Scout events would happen there, and you could go with a telescope and see it. It was really cool. Do you have one of those, Pastor Carl?
I was thinking that I've done officiated weddings around town, the Gateway Clipper, Heinz Chapel, Phipps, and other places. And one of them was a couple you may know, John, Don and Cindy Morrow.
Okay.
Were married on the Overlook, the Grandview Overlook. And it was on Memorial Day weekend, and I had just pronounced the benediction. The photographer was lining up for photos, and over at Three Rivers Stadium, it was still there, there came fireworks in the air.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, fireworks. Somebody hit a home run at Three Rivers, and I looked at Don, the groom, and I said, how did you pull that off?
Yeah. That was divine.
That is, divine intervention.
That was amazing. But the place that I've never been, thought about going, is on the incline, to ride the incline.
How about that? Is so common.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
We need to get
I've been
you there.
on Mount Washington a lot of times. I've been down in Station Square a lot of times, but never
did it. Yeah.
on the incline.
Wow. It's free this week. Thanks to
for the
Sheets,
draft. Yeah.
Right. All right. So what would be something we'd have to take away your Yinzer card for? We described this, and Rachel's not necessarily a big fan of the Permane sandwich. She loves supporting them. Me, I can't stand ketchup. It actually makes me gag. So I mean, the
we
smell,
just confessed.
things
so
like
now
that. So we want to make you feel comfortable. So if you guys don't mind confessing to us, right? So what would be something we'd have to take your Yinzer card away for, Pastor Carl?
I mean, I'm proud of all the sports teams in Pittsburgh. We are a sports-oriented community. Sure. But baseball is at the top of my list. Our family are baseball players, and we love baseball. And my wife listens to our 9-year-old grandson's games in Philadelphia on her app that she can watch it. So I guess I'm not as big of a football or hockey fan as a lot of other people are.
Yeah.
So Yinzer, that you couched it with everything that you do first so that nobody gets mad at you.
Right, so we didn't have to get security.
Father Nick, before you go, tell us what would make us take your Yinzer.
This is hard because they're right across the street from one of my churches. But I'm not a big fan of Pamela's pancakes.
You're the second person.
That's the second
Let's
one
whisper
this month.
This month.
Yes.
That is crazy. I think that was said last week, actually, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how crazy. We all have our things.
Yeah.
Father Nick, it is an absolute pleasure to have you. And I will be listening in whenever you talk to Michael, but remember, you were here first.
Of course. It'll be a hootenanny tomorrow.
Father Nick is a higher draft pick than I am.
Not at all.
Not at all.
No, but you are beloved, and we appreciate all that you do. So thank you so much for joining us. Happy Easter. It is John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Time now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh.
I'm Paul Alexander with a draft update. A lot of things are cooking. Things are looking sharp. Think about the excitement generated today on the North Shore. Imagine that times about 30. That's what's going to happen the 23rd through the 25th. It's going to be absolutely amazing. If you're an active person, if you want to be involved in things that you can actually participate in, go to Point State Park. You can throw the ball into a basket over some defenders. You can run a 40-yard dash. You can also get some autographs from some current NFL players as well as some legends over there. Now, if you want to watch the draft itself, you need to get over to Acrisure Stadium, and this is cool. You can actually go inside the stadium and watch the draft from there. They're even allowing blankets. And, of course, no matter where you go, there's going to be plenty to eat and drink. It's going to be so much fun. The NFL Draft coming here April 23rd through the 25th. I'm Paul Alexander live from the KDKA Draft Information Desk.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look at the 7 o'clock news with our guy, Paul Alexander. Paul.
John, thank you very much. Hopefully it's like riding a bike. We haven't been to the moon in 50 years. I hope they haven't forgot how to get there. Details coming up. Top of the hour, right here in the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's Rachel and John on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right. Listen, it is a busy day here.
Busy.
Because we're trying to keep track of the Pirate game. We're trying to keep track of traffic.
Yeah.
And trying to keep track of what's happening here for Easter.
Everybody celebrates differently. You
Yes.
have your own tradition. Yes. You just do kind of quaint family kind of things. You've gotten to more tapas kind of festivities.
We have.
Will you go to Mass?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. Are you trying to pin me down to that answer that I
I'm
do,
not.
that I give all the time?
I'm not.
So here's my answer is yes.
I do like this answer.
I will go to Mass. And, my kids grew up Catholic. And when they were younger, I would make sure they always got there to be the altar servers, to participate in Mass. But when it came to Easter and Christmas, I did not take them. Because to me, it was crowded, like overly crowded, and I knew they still understood the importance of Mass. But for them to go and stand in the back of the church and be cranky and all those kind of things, I just didn't think that they got anything out of it. But I tried to make sure that I instilled in there. But where are we going? Where I go now is the Kenmar United Presbyterian Church, and it is a little different than the Catholic upbringing, but still very, very, very similar. So, Pastor Carl, as far as Father Nick was here, we're talking about the feast on Thursday, the washing the feet, and all of that seems very traditional within the Presbyterian Church and what you do as well, right?
Yes. In my upbringing, I went to a kind of low church, Presbyterian church. It was very casual, kind of a country setting. And not that we didn't have ordained and well-educated clergy who led our congregation, but the fact is that I never heard much about the season of Lent or Holy Week when I was growing up. Coming to Pittsburgh, however, which is a very strong Catholic community, it seems that all the Protestant churches were in the know about Lent and Holy Week and all of the steps we take as Christian people leading up to the celebration of the resurrection of Christ on Easter Day. So when I came to Kenmar 33 years ago, we had on Good Friday afternoon, this was when a lot of people had the day off. They didn't have to go to work on Good Friday. We had a series of small services where it was like recreating the upper room, and people sat around tables, and we shared communion by passing it to one another in a way that we wanted to recreate the upper room scene with Jesus and his disciples for the Last Supper.
I love
that. Was at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. But again, over the years, people had to punch in. They had to go to work on Good Friday. So we started having a single service at noontime on Good Friday. On Maundy Thursday, named for the Latin word mandatum, which means command, Jesus gave a new command the night before his death: love one another as I have loved you. And so that's what we focus on. That's what we're about on Maundy Thursday. And we usually put that story, at least at Kenmar we do, into music. So there's always lots of music on Maundy Thursday. And last night our choir gave a wonderful program of music, as well as observing the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. We shared communion too.
And a shout out to your wife, Jane.
Oh, wait, thanks.
Right, the music director. Again, very lively service, She's
a 40-year music teacher, public schools, and Duquesne University.
Oh, look at you. That was smart. Duquesne's in the house, so you were like, I'll throw that in real quick.
She's still teaching at Duquesne, one course for music ed majors.
Oh, wow.
Which she'll finish up the end of this month sometime.
Wow.
I love hearing that. I think what's most, as I was saying, things that are making it more heartwarming for us is the evolution of faith, right? Because we were saying that me going to 13 years, as I would say, of hard time, going to Catholic school because it was so pristine. You went to church every Friday. You had these very strict rules. As I said to Father Nick before he left, the Pope has helped that on our end a little bit, but it's the fact that you have to meet people where they are. And I think that if you loosen up a little bit and you realize circumstances, as Father Nick explained or as you attested to, and you realize people may be in a different time in their life and that things happen, I think they come back and you realize that what's the word I'm looking for? Like that true core is there. It's just a matter of figuring out when it's working.
Well, I've always believed that people turn to God, turn to faith when their lives are troubled, when they have some sort of crisis that is presented to them. And that gives them the opportunity then to find faith, to figure out, what does God have to say about my life and about this? And that's, I have a lot of freedom to determine themes and sermons and so on for my ministry. So this year, during the season of Lent, I looked at a book by a man named N.T. Wright. He's an English Bible scholar, Anglican, and he teaches at St. Andrews University. And he wrote a book, Simply Jesus. Oh. And he said, in trying to get to a simple Jesus, he realized that Jesus wasn't simple, back in the first century, and he's still not simple today. But what we tried to do throughout the season of Lent is to follow Professor Wright's advice and to find out who Jesus was, what Jesus did, and why Jesus matters. So those three questions were the focus of our Lenten season. And here we're gonna finally get to the end of the Lenten season by celebrating Christ's resurrection.
Love it.
Do you find yourself having to double focus because there are family obligations, right, for you?
Sure.
And then there's the church family obligation. So how do you kind of compartmentalize? Like, I do have to work, because it is work. I mean, it's certainly your calling, but you also have family obligations. It's different because Rachel and I, we don't go to work on Easter, but you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I work on Easter. I don't know if this guy does, but, clearly.
I mean, it's different at this stage in my life than it was 30 years ago.
Sure.
We have 2 grown sons, married. Each of them have 2 children, and they live in Philadelphia. So my heart is drawn to Philadelphia.
They both are there?
They are both there.
Oh, okay.
My younger son was in Brooklyn, New York, where he and his wife had their children. But then a few years ago, he moved to Philly, where his brother was. And I like that better. It's one-stop shopping.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, Jane and I, my wife, who shares ministry with me, we're very devoted to the people at Kenmar, and we love them dearly. So one of the things they did back a few years ago to recognize our ministry is that they gave us passes for the PA Turnpike. Like 30 round trips. It was my 30th anniversary there, and they gave me 30 round trip tickets for the PA Turnpike. Yeah. And I think there was a subtle message there saying, visit your grandchildren.
Yes.
Go ahead. Just come back.
Yeah, I love that. That is such a good gift.
Yeah.
It was lovely.
I love it.
Wonderful.
Well, Pastor Carl, I can't thank you enough for making time to come in here. It was a little crazy when you got here, but now we've settled down,
ends
right?
well, yeah.
It's the calmness that you and Father Nick have brought to us. That's for sure. So
I was like, get it right, John.
What does everybody find about the Kenmar United Presbyterian Church online? I mean, you do Mass online?
Yeah, sure. We have a website, KENMAWR Church CHURCH.org, and you can link to our YouTube channel there and watch services.
Brilliant.
The entire service is live streamed at the 11 o'clock hour on Sunday mornings, and we'd invite you to find out more about us, discover who we are and why we're there. And one of the things that we're focused on is the grace of God. So we're all about grace, we're all about love, and we're all about what God has given us as our purpose, our mission in the world.
Nice.
Well said. Thank you so much for joining us. It was such a pleasure to meet you. It is John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
We're only 20 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. U.S. and Israeli officials say one crew member from the F-15 fighter jet that was shot down in Iran has been rescued. No other details available at this time. The U.S. was offering a reward for the recovery of any Americans. It's the first confirmed loss of a U.S. jet since the war began more than a month ago. Man's in the hospital recovering after being shot in Shaler. The shooting happened Thursday afternoon around 5:30 in the 1400 block of Mount Royal Boulevard. Police say another man was taken into custody at the scene. No word on the name of the alleged suspect and no word what led to the shooting. The Allegheny County DA's office says they will no longer seek the death penalty against a man accused of shooting and killing McKeesport police officer Sean Slagansky in 2023. The incident occurred back on February the 6th of that year. Police say Jonathan Morris pulled out a gun and opened fire after Morris's mother had called police and said her son was being aggressive toward her and suffered from PTSD. Morris is now facing criminal homicide charges and murder of a law enforcement officer in the first degree. The Eastern Regional Mon Valley Police Department seized a large amount of marijuana in a drug bust in Rankin. Police announced Thursday that they executed a search warrant at the home along Rankin Boulevard and discovered the drugs and a gun that was later found to be stolen. Police arrested a 28-year-old man from Rankin. Charges are pending. A successful manned mission launch to the moon from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavides has that story.
It was an amazing ride uphill.
The crew of Artemis 2 now in orbit.
We forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
Hours after a successful launch from Florida's Kennedy Space Center.
Booster ignition and liftoff.
Roughly 9 million pounds of thrust propelled the four-person team on NASA's first manned moon mission in more than 50 years, shaking the nearby CBS News set and igniting cheers from crowds who came to watch history in the making.
It was the coolest thing I've seen ever.
Christian Benavides, CBS News, at the Kennedy Space Center.
And Artemis 2 had a successful translunar injection rocket burn to break free of the Earth's atmosphere. Need a place to park for the draft? Rivers Casino has announced that fans can purchase in advance a 4-day parking package for the draft. It's going to be a little pricey. $500 for all 4 days. There will be some taxes and fees tacked onto that $500 price tag. KDKA Sports, we have gone final at PNC Park, and the Bucks have won the home opener, the final 5-4. And what a debut for Connor Griffin. His first at bat as a major leaguer, the 19-year-old laced a double into left center field. Later scored. That was an RBI double. So all in all, a 5-4 victory for the Bucks today against the Baltimore Orioles. Right now in Pittsburgh, it's partly sunny and 75 degrees. Our next update at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm around, a low near 60. It will be a very warm day tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine. It will turn breezy, a high of 83, and periods of rain, some heavy tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Back to Rachel and John on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Still some sun and 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander.
It's such a good vibration. Come on.
All right, so it is Rachel and John, as you heard. We're jagging around here until 9 o'clock.
9
and
o'clock.
It switches over to the old podcast
Great
thing,
podcast.
which, by the way, there's an armadillo on that thing.
Oh, my gosh.
Just letting you know.
Yeah, not name dropping or anything.
Right.
But who doesn't want to see an armadillo?
Right.
So speaking of name dropping, we did this on the podcast, but we'll have to make sure we do it again. Our producer, Michaela, from the podcast, so proud because she's up for multiple Golden Quill Awards, John, and only 2 of them are as part of our team. You realize that. We've been beaten.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We'll take it. We're really happy.
The good news is we get to share her talents.
We do.
Yes.
And she brought us some great information that we wanted to share because as I self-proclaimed, I'm a journalism geek.
Mm-hmm.
That's on my bingo card, right?
Okay, yeah, I would say.
And so we know that Hershey Park, one of your favorite places, is the lodge there. They're hosting an amazing event. And she said, I have this person from Duquesne who you really need to know. And so we get to speak with Dr. Pamela Walk. And we're thrilled to talk to you because we love talking journalism. We love talking about why journalism is so important, how it has changed, the advocacy of journalism. So welcome and talk all the things. There you go. There's your platform to just introduce you of how easy it is to talk journalism today, right?
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. And so what is your role? We know that you've been a journalist all over, as Michaela has told us, but you work at Duquesne University?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So I have 2 primary roles at Duquesne. I am a journalism professor, an associate professor. I've been there for 10 years, teaching mostly journalism, media ethics, and all the good stuff. And then about 4 years ago, I was invited to join the Patricia Dowdy Yoder Institute for Ethics and Integrity in Journalism and Media as a faculty fellow. And then about 3 years ago, I was named director. And so with the Yoder Institute, what we have really focused on is looking for ways that we can strengthen local news and also build community trust in local news. Because if you don't trust the news sources that you have, then you're not going to be supportive of them, and you're not going to, turn to them when you need information. Mm-hmm. And I've spent 16 years in the newsroom before I went back to school to become a professor, and so journalism is sort of like it's what I've been breathing for, at least since the 90s.
Yeah, right. That's the best time. Those were the best days, too.
And Dr. Walk, is it more about trust now from the audience side or verification? Because people are getting what they call news from so many different outlets. It might not be, there are journalists and then there are influencers and people that just get on and kind of tell their story, which doesn't degrade them, but as an audience member, we have to understand what is journalism, right?
You're absolutely right about that. I think that, the media landscape has really gotten complex since the 90s. And, information and news are 2 completely different things.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great definition.
I like that. Yeah.
So when people talk about information, I kind of force the question, well, is it information or is it vetted news? Because the work that journalists do every single day is a discipline of verification. It is dedicated to informing a public. It is dedicated to the idea of not being beholden to the powers that be, but rather to hold those powers to account. And, this idea of verifying information before it's published is critical to the work that journalists do. And it's one of the reasons why I support local news, because, I can't be a journalism professor and not have some skin in the game. I have to also support the local news organizations that exist and serve the Pittsburgh community. So it's one of the reasons why, I support WESA. I've been doing it for a long time.
Sure.
And I'm really excited because on May 9th, the Trib is going to begin publishing a printed weekend edition for Pittsburgh, and I am excited to support that.
Yeah.
Because I think that you can't complain about news if you're not supporting it and being part of the solution.
Yeah.
How is it, and this is sort of veering off of what we're talking about, but it's a fair question, I think, as a professor of a new generation of what, I love that you say there's a difference between news and information, right? And we have to be very deliberate on explaining that. And I always use the term craft. It was a craft. We went through school to learn how to actually execute it. How is it for you, having the seasoned career that you've had, both as a teacher and as someone who lived in the field, to explain that to a new generation of people who really didn't live through it when it was a time that it was different? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, there's... Like in my media ethics class, I have a wide range of students. So I have students who are complete newsies. They work for the campus newspaper or the campus TV station or the radio station, and that's their passion. They know that's what they want to do. And then I have students who are more interested in advertising and public relations, sports information, digital media arts. There's a whole range of students that end up in my classroom. And, my biggest goal, especially in the media ethics, is to help the students who don't have a background in journalism understand that the work that journalists do is based in ethics and is critical to the work that they do. This idea that journalists are undisciplined or, have no morals or no, North Star that directs them and guides them in the work that they do is like one of the biggest fallacies out there. And in fact, I don't think there's a single day that goes by that people in newsrooms all across our country are not dealing with ethical dilemmas, big and small, all the time.
Yeah.
It's just a part of life.
Yeah.
And then for the students that are intending to go into news, I want them to understand that the role that they play in society is critical, especially in a democracy. And so this is like you are standing on the shoulders of giants, and others will stand on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so passionate.
And so
I know.
it's sort of
I know.
like-
I get it.
It
Yeah.
is. And I always tell the story like, I never really understood, I'm not a trained journalist, but certainly I'm a storyteller and but I never understood that as far as even going to report about the local school boards or the local elections. And wait a minute. If we don't have that, they could get away with whatever they want. And that's the grassroots of it all. The reporters aren't there to kind of stir the pot. They're there to report on facts and make sure things are going well, because there is no other side of the house to make sure everybody stays in, right?
I mean, that's how I got my start. I mean, I started at a small weekly newspaper in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. I was the only full-time reporter. I covered 3 city councils, 3 school districts, and 5 townships.
Wow.
I was in public meetings just about every night of the week except Friday. And I loved it. It was probably the most fun because I was learning so much as I went along, but I was also understanding what it meant to develop a beat, to develop sources, to understand what the community really cares about and then focus this information on it. One of the things, there's a book called The Elements of Journalism by authors Kovach and Rosenstiel, and I love what they say that, one of the things that journalists really need to do is to make news proportional. And, I talk about in my journalism class, like if you are on the turnpike and the map is off kilter and you have only 30 miles of gas left in your tank, which is something I normally do.
Yeah, same. And no map, no gas. That's me. Mm-hmm.
And the nearest exit, the nearest rest stop with a gas station is 40 miles away. If your map is out of proportion, you're going to have some problems and a long walk. And so the news is the same thing. Like, it has to be proportional. And we have an obligation to make those council meetings and those school board meetings and those township planning commission meetings important and sensible to the readers, because the stuff that happens there is not necessarily exciting. I used to call it the broccoli beat because nobody wants to eat their broccoli, but I was always there covering the broccoli. But, my job was to make it interesting and exciting for my readers so that they understood why these decisions were important.
Sure.
And one of the things that we're finding as news organizations are closing down across the country is that in communities where they no longer have news covering them, civic engagement declines and governmental corruption increases.
Yeah.
And there's a direct correlation there. And, we're not there to be antagonistic.
Mm-hmm.
This is not like a red thing or a blue thing. This is all about accountability and, wanting to contribute to the community in a way that is meaningful.
And hold that
so
thought,
much
because
passion.
there's so much going on here that we have to unpack. Are you going to stay with us, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Right,
we haven't even
right.
gotten to the summit. There's a big deal
the Keystone
happening.
Summit
Yeah.
of collaboration. We're going to come back here. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mac, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text SPIRAL to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPIRAL to 215215. That's SPIRAL to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss Easter traditions and ham and lamb recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We've had so much fun talking to this guest that we didn't even talk about why she's here.
I know. We just got lost in the passion of Dr. Pamela Walk, and we appreciate
start
it.
talking journalism with Rachel, it goes down a deep rabbit hole, and it's fair enough because it's such a big question these days that we were talking about, from blogging to people that used to be respected news person, then they've kind of gone on to do a different slant, all those kind of stuff. So Dr. Pamela Walk is here from Duquesne University. There's something called the Keystone Summit, and that's coming up at the Hershey Lodge, and we'll have you give those details in a second here. But I think the unique thing is we always remember the old TV shows and movies where I had to get the scoop on you and you had to get the scoop on me, and we're all running around to get the scoop. And I guess that's still part of life, but collaboration is really the key, and that's what the Keystone Summit is about. Is that right?
Absolutely. So about 3 years ago, my dean was inviting me to join a conversation with an alum from our department by the name of David Brown, who is now an associate dean at the Klein School of Communication at Temple University. And he really wanted to team up with Duquesne and do something together. And, the Yoder Institute fellows, we had been talking for a while about having some kind of a summit or some sort of discussion about the state of journalism in Pennsylvania. although we were thinking more Western Pennsylvania. And so I had a conversation with him, and I said, we have this idea for a summit. I don't know what you think about it, but maybe we get together somewhere in the middle of the state and just talk about what's really happening in Pennsylvania specifically and how we stack up compared to other states in terms of the vitality of our news organizations and the legislative initiatives that could help support and strengthen local news, because at the end of the day, most local news organizations are still family owned and operated. Right. There's some of the bigger publications that are parts of chains, but you still have small town papers like the Kutztown Patriot News, that's part of a conglomerate, but it's business at the end of the day. And he was like, this is a fantastic idea. And so we decided we would kind of pool the people that we knew who were passionate about preserving and strengthening local news. And so we brought in colleagues from Lehigh University and Penn State and Point Park University. And so the 5 of us launched the Keystone News Summit last year in Harrisburg for the first time. And we had about 120 people that showed up at the end of the semester, and it was a wide range of people. We had journalism students, professors, we had practitioners, we had philanthropists and nonprofits and for-profit newsrooms all in a room together. And the idea was let's really talk about what's going on. Let's learn from each other and let's look for ways to collaborate to do more. And, since then, we've added more universities. So those founding 5 are back, and we've added Bloomsburg University. I can't remember the name of it now because it's part of that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But we also added Messiah University, and we added University of Pittsburgh and the University of Vermont Center for Community News. So now there are 9 universities and the Lenfest Institute for Journalism that are the primary sponsors of this organization or this effort. And it's all about working together to strengthen the news and the industry here in Pennsylvania.
And you talked about it initially that it's not just journalists. And I think that's important for people to know. This isn't okay, well, you're going to all get together and that's the end of the day. It's for other people. Who is the audience and how can they benefit?
Our stakeholders are pretty wide. I think that the biggest thing is trying to bring in funders who are interested in journalism and care about it. I don't think that we've had any just general citizens that have attended yet, but we don't leave them out.
Sure.
My idea is just that the bigger the tent, the more brains around the table, the more opportunity there is for better solutions. And so this has really been a wonderful experience because, normally universities are pretty competitive with each other. And, we know that there's a limited number of potential students to come out there. But at the end of the day, I think one of the things we realized is that the students that come to Duquesne University come to Duquesne for a specific reason.
Sure.
And they choose us versus Penn State or Point Park or Messiah or Lehigh or Temple for different reasons. And so we really need to stop thinking about ourselves as competitors and really start thinking of ourselves as collaborators.
Safety in numbers, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and again, as we're seeing that just in the way the journalists work, at this point. So we would love to have you give so many more details about the Keystone Summit.
I could talk forever.
And we would let you. But we have certain rules here, and you have to answer the Yinzer questions.
Yes, you're a Yinzer now.
And so now we're here to water down your credentials at this point. You have these very elite credentials. We're we're all watering this down to some Yinzer questions. Are you up for it?
I'm ready.
Okay.
So our procrastination destination question comes from the fact that we've lived here all our lives, and we say, what is that place that you say, I'm gonna get there, but you've never been?
Well, I'm going to do some humble bragging and say that I've been to a lot of stuff all over the city, and I love living in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
But the one that has eluded me, and it's mostly because when I think about it, it's late, and then also it's cloudy. But the observatory on the North Hill.
That was just,
Grace was like, whoa.
That's the second one tonight.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's why Grace is like, what?
That's hilarious.
She wasn't shocked and offended. She doesn't own it.
She does not own the observatory. It's okay.
No, I've not been, and I would love to. I would love to do that.
Yeah, it's great. I lived near there, so as I was telling in the last segment, it's a great place. Oh my gosh, that gave me chills. Yeah, that's so Pittsburgh, right?
All right. So what is something we would have to remove your Yinzer card for, right?
something you don't like.
Yeah.
I'm sure you saw my example,
Something
so nothing
that's
can be worse than
hallowed.
that.
It's the golden goose here.
This is okay. I grew up in Eastern Pennsylvania, and in the 90s, 80s, basically, I was a big Flyers fan, which I know is a huge no-no here.
Remember when we liked Dr.
And
Pamela
I
Waugh?
begged my dad to go to the mobile gas station so he could get these tickets so that we could get this glass. And so I have like a highball tumbler glass with the Flyers logo that is fading from mobile gas station, circa like 1987.
I love that you're confessing that
I have kept on, and like, yeah.
That's okay.
Some of my friends refuse to drink out of it.
I would be one of those friends. If we were friends more, Pamela, I'm getting there. Yeah. Do you have any kind of a neighborhood nuh-uh? And when we say nuh-uh, it's because I do pride myself on not being a typical Yinzer and articulating how I speak, but I do find myself saying nuh-uh when I find something out. Is there something unique? I know you're not specifically from here, but is there a neighborhood that makes you say that?
Well, so for the last 10 years, it'll be 10 years this summer, I've lived in Brentwood.
Oh, that's a great area. Yeah.
And I really love it. And when I first moved in, I had gone to the library because there was like some guest speaker.
Yeah.
And they were writing about the bed and breakfast across from the library on Brownsville Road. And apparently it's haunted.
Oh.
And so like it's a bed and breakfast. And so you can like go in and spend the night there. I would not pay to do that.
Same.
That's probably more up Michaela's alley than anything else. I'm like, no, thank you. I don't need some spirit to
I love how Michaela
aberration
pegged
to.
right to that.
She knows.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I'm fine.
I don't need any aberrations to.
That's funny.
Listen, we need to have you come back
me.
more regularly because you are so passionate and we love what you're bringing. April 15th to the 17th at Hershey Lodge, and it's KeystoneNewsSummit.org for more information.
That is
Is that
correct.
right? And
Yes.
people can still look because you want the average person. You want
We do.
everybody to come be
We
aware.
want anyone who's got an idea of a solution. I think that the more we have around the table, the better the options and the collaboration comes out of it. And we do have some fun things that are going to be part of it. So one of my favorite things this year is we're going to be doing a big idea competition. And so we pooled the state for ideas for collaborations, and we picked the 4 best ones. And they're going to be presenting at the end of the day on Thursday to our news sharks. And we're going to be announcing substantial financial support for them to make it happen.
We're entering.
Sign it up.
So
thank you so much
very
for
excited.
joining us. We will be sharing this. If you need more information, make sure you visit that website. It is John and Rachel 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. U.S. and Israeli officials say one crew member from the F-15 fighter jet that was shot down in Iran has been rescued. No other details are available at this time. The U.S. was offering a reward for the recovery of any Americans from that flight. It's the first confirmed loss of a U.S. jet since the war began more than a month ago. The Allegheny County DA's office says they will no longer be seeking the death penalty against the man accused of shooting and killing McKeesport police officer Sean Slagansky in 2023. The incident occurred back on February the 6th of that year. Police say Jonathan Morris pulled out a gun and opened fire after Morris's mother had called police and said her son was being aggressive toward her and suffered from PTSD. Morris is facing criminal homicide charges and murder of a law enforcement officer of the first degree. A successful manned mission launch to the moon from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. News correspondent Christian Benavides has that story.
It was an amazing ride uphill.
The crew of Artemis 2 now in orbit.
We forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
Hours after a successful launch from Florida's Kennedy Space Center.
Booster ignition and liftoff.
Roughly 9 million pounds of thrust propelled the four-person team on NASA's first manned moon mission in more than 50 years, shaking the nearby CBS News set and igniting cheers from crowds who came to watch history in the making.
It was the coolest thing I've seen ever.
Christian Benavides, CBS News, at the Kennedy Space Center.
The University of Michigan men's basketball team is in the Final Four, thanks in part to several players who weren't on the team last season. That includes one of the team's biggest fans, a 9-year-old boy with Down syndrome who attends every home game. Before the team took off for the game in Indiana, there was a big send-off, but they did something very special for 9-year-old Grayson Vasquez. CBS News reporter Jack Springate has more.
Well, around the same time, transfers like Yaxel Lendeborg, Elliot Cadeau, and Adai Mara were first setting foot on campus. The team was also introduced to Grayson Vasquez, a 9-year-old boy with Down syndrome. In a season full of memories most other fans only saw from their seats or on TV, Grayson got to celebrate them behind the scenes with a team that also celebrated him.
Michigan faces Arizona tomorrow. In KDKA Sports, the Buccos win the home opener, 5-4 your final. What a debut for Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old, his first big league game. His first at bat, he lined a RBI double into left center field, would come around to score as well. And the Pirates beat the visiting Baltimore Orioles by the score of 5-4. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm, low 60. A very warm day tomorrow with some sunshine, high 83. Rain tomorrow night, some of it heavy, and then some showers early on Easter Sunday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we focus on the Diocesan Basketball Championships. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Looking forward to a big week, plus a chance for you to win tickets to see Jason Aldean the night before the start of the draft.
Oh, John's making connections with our guest, who's literally fast friends, because last year we had Grace Papa on our show because there was this thing called 412 Festival, which we didn't know about. It was early. It's only been 4 years. Yes, Grace?
Yeah.
So this year.
Yep.
And when you had reached out because you knew that we loved Pittsburgh and you were like, hey, do you guys have anything going on? Unfortunately, we did. So we didn't get to actually participate, but we wanted to pay homage to this great thing that you're doing because we are the 412. Was this your idea?
No, I wish it was.
We're going to say it was.
Yeah. We can say I made it bigger.
Yes, I like
I
that.
saw the potential. And I knew that we were the only people in the city that did something. So
well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, Rachel was like, 412, April 12th has been going on since the Julian calendar started, right?
Yes,
right. And then you figure then we became the area code, and it took us just literally only a few years ago to figure out we should celebrate 412.
Yeah, it was always on like social media, I feel like.
Yeah,
Like it was always like, happy 412 day.
Okay.
Right. But like, why didn't we do something earlier?
You took it to a new height.
I did.
Yeah. And so we were happy to have you on last year because it sounded like a great event. And what I loved, and I told you this when we reconvened this year, but what I loved was you're young. You're clearly like my kid's age. And I said to you, I love this idea. Definitely reach back out next year. And you did the very like graceful, no pun intended. Sure. Love it. Okay, girl. And then lo and behold, in February, you were like, hey, you were back. And we were really glad because I love Bakery Square. I mean, it's just such a great little. It is a vibe. Yes. Talk a little bit about Bakery Square. Yeah.
No, it is. It's a great place, and I'm not just saying that because I work there.
You work there.
It makes my job a lot easier when there's good food, good people, good shopping, good community spaces. Mm-hmm. I host a ton of great events there with the help of my team, and I work with so many amazing people that make these events happen, like our book club host who was on Yajagoff.
Oh, yeah.
Cecily,
right. Yeah. She's brought us great guests. Yeah.
So wonderful. And just I get to work with so many great people to bring people to Bakery Square, not only to say like, hey, we're here, like we're a great place for your birthday dinner, your shopping and whatever, but like just so people can meet each other.
And that's your role, really is essentially the marketing of Bakery Square as an experience.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so much fun. John, what is one of your favorite things about Bakery Square?
You want me to go there?
Go there.
The pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, the pizza's really good.
That
and I'm
pizza.
from New Jersey, so I have really high
I remember this.
standards
Yeah, we
for
talked about
pizza.
this. Yeah.
Oh, my God. We did a nonprofit dinner out there for Pittsburgh Emergency Medicine Foundation, and I'm the Irish-German guy, and I always say I live vicariously through my Italian friends, and to go out there and have all those meatballs and fried cheese and the pizza out there. I should know.
Altavia.
Altavia, yeah. I almost misnamed it, but yes, Altavia. but fantastic. And the vibe of just sitting out there when you could kind of sit out in the
indoor-outdoor patio.
Yes, is that what you call it? Yeah, it's fantastic.
Oh,
yeah.
It's so great. You never get tired of it. I could literally eat it every day. And they do a new pizza each week, so like there's always something to try. Like they just did something for like St. Patrick's Day with some, was it corned beef? I don't remember.
Oh, really? Yeah,
they're
they
always
kind
doing
of get
something new.
into
And
it.
they're going to do a black and yellow pizza.
Oh,
It's
for
so funny.
412.
I recommended the idea, and I was like, yeah, just do something really simple, like black olives, yellow peppers, like just something simple.
That's awesome.
They come, well, no. They come back to me. They're like, we're going to do a black garlic swirl with
Of course.
yellow tomatoes, home picked. I was like, I shouldn't have even said something.
You're like, I was just going black and gold in some way. Yeah.
I just wanted the idea, and then they took it so far, which I mean, in a great way.
Yeah.
It's like literally
Are the
so
tenants,
good.
that's a good question actually that you led to. Are the tenants part of it essentially? Do they get into it and do
they'll
fun
do
things?
specials,
Yeah.
And City Kitchen's going to have a table outside serving French fries.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so it's great. And Taco Torta's going to be open for that day. They're
Yeah.
usually closed, so they're going to open up.
The totally Yinzer question is I always bring up is where do I park? The cool part is Bakery Square has
we
that
love
part
that.
built in.
See, I thought you were going to say the parking, and then I remembered Altavia. Yeah.
But the parking is there, so anybody who wants
so
to,
easy.
tell us about that.
It's a little hard to like figure out the parking when you first get there. Luckily, our security guards are amazing.
They
And
are
also
amazing.
Please,
famous on TikTok.
Can we please call them concierges because
Correct.
they
I
really.
actually think that might be part of
Yes.
Yes,
job
because they're the friendliest, most helpful
They're
security people.
Literally the best. Like Nate and Gator, and obviously the whole rest of the team too. But our dancing security guards on TikTok.
They are lovely people. Yes.
They're great people, and they're also great performers.
Yeah, that is a true story.
So, but yeah, and that's actually Gator's saying. He always says true story.
Oh, yes. I actually feel like I'm not a big TikToker. I'm not a fan.
That's okay.
I just can't. I get down, the whole rabbit hole. I do it on Instagram enough. So I'm kind of like, not that either of you asked, but my favorite thing about Bakery Square, I'll ask my Rachel.
Can I guess it?
Sure.
Jenny's.
They're spring flavors.
I know. I think you're my daughter, and I just didn't know. But yeah, yes.
No, I actually bought a pint of the key lime pie ice cream, and I don't really buy ice cream because it's dangerous. But like,
sure.
I actually bought a pint of the key lime pie. It's insane.
It is so good. I don't know that I've every time I go there, and same thing, great ambiance and great flavors and great experience. It's just like a whole, it is the experience. That's what I'm going to say. That's what Bakery Square is. Yeah. And so we've talked all about how great it is and the fact that you should go, but the reason that you need to go is because as we started, it's 412 Festival. Is it festival or day or both?
Fest.
So
actually neither.
It's neither. It's
And
just the fest.
In case you're one of those people who say, hey, what time's midnight mass start?
Yeah.
Right. 412 day is April 12th, by the way.
Yeah, please.
And it happens, it's 4 or 5 hours out there at Bakery Square, right?
Yeah. Yeah. We're last year it was 12 to 4, and now this year we're doing 12 to 5 just to extend the fun even longer. So it's going to be a great day. We're going to have so much going on.
Yeah. And so you talked about the food. So obviously that's important. It's free admission.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So people can literally just come in, park, and enjoy.
Yeah. You don't even have to register. We, recommend it. So you get like the information email ahead of time. And so we know how many people are approximately coming, but you don't even have to register. You can just show up.
Yeah.
We'll have a ton of stuff for the kids. Literally everything Pittsburgh you could imagine.
It's funny to me how, again, when people are putting together events or experiences, they're constantly thinking about the family as a whole. Mm-hmm. Because John and I had this conversation not too long ago about how so many young parents in particular are taking their children and their dogs to like... beer, remember we were talking like at breweries in our day, I sound like I'm 100, but like you kept your kids at home or you went to a family friendly location and that was it. I love this transition.
Yeah, I've had to, because I don't have kids, so it's hard for me to include that
or think about it. Yeah.
Yes, think about that family aspect because I just want to cater to my group, like my people. And I'm like, let's have all this fun stuff. And then I'm like, okay, we have to have like the kids portion. And my sister has 4 kids, so I'm like, I have some knowledge of what they want, but it's that's been a little bit of a learning curve for me.
I love it.
And there's everybody.
We clearly are excited to be there because we're doing something called the Yinzer Games, which we're going to get into because we need to fully describe what they are and how we're going to execute them, right, John?
And to let everybody know that if you're listening, you can be a part of them.
Oh, yeah. We want you to come because now this year we're in it. We want you to be in it, and we want you to come share in our love for Bakery Square. But there's so much more to talk about. Grace is staying with us. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Let's return to Rachel and John on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we are talking about celebrating 412 Day on April 12th at Bakery Square. Family fun, all kind of things going on, and the person organizing it, in that she's the only person. There's a team that she'll give credit to, right? So, Grace Papa is here from Bakery Square. So you have planned so much, and this is, what did we say earlier? How many of these have you done now? As far as,
I believe this is the 4th.
Okay,
but this will be the biggest one.
Well, I was going to say, because it seems to keep getting bigger and bigger, and it's just a groundswell, and it's at such a convenient location, as we were talking about the Bakery Square.
And I mean, like you said, the parking is really accessible. So like when we have bigger events like this, it's really easy because people don't have to go searching for parking.
Yes,
and, like obviously parking garages can be a pain, but like it's so easy.
Yeah, it's 12 to 5 on Sunday, April 12th. And you don't want to like show up late, like skip church that day. I know it's Easter weekend, but you can skip church that day. Go to earlier mass or something if you go to mass, because at 12 o'clock, the party begins. Yes. And it really is kind of end to end. Kind of describe the day for everybody in the intertwining the adult and family kind of things.
Sure. Yeah, there will be a lot of stuff that will be there the whole time. Mm-hmm. So like all of the kids stuff, the face paint, balloon art, I don't even know, inflatable climb slide.
Oh,
I don't even know what word there is for
It's
that.
fine. You're not a parent. I'm a parent and I don't know. So you're fine.
Inflatable fun.
Yeah.
Mini golf. We're going to have Steel City mini golf there. We'll have an entire vendor market with tons of local businesses that sell Pittsburgh products. So not just like people that are, are local, but that actually have Pittsburgh things.
Sure.
My a new one this year that I'm really excited about is Cute as a Dumpling. They have the little felt dumplings or pierogies as ornaments and stuff. So
bought them last year. Remember?
Yeah, they're
not
everywhere.
at your place, but yeah, for sure.
I'm so excited they're coming. So, but no, we have a great lineup. We'll have DJ Ari Cole on, the tunes, stuff in the conservatory, like so much.
And we have probably the biggest game of musical parking chairs yet.
Yeah, so that'll be happening throughout the day. We'll have the Yinzer games. We'll have the musical parking chairs, which will be a ton of fun. And then we'll have a Berg Bus comedy set.
Yes.
And then after that, we'll have the strawberry jello pretzel salad pie.
Boom!
Yes.
You did such a good job.
Thank
Look
you.
at you. Yeah.
From Mary Mac Bakehouse.
Yes.
Bakehouse?
Oh,
Yeah.
my
very-
God.
oh my
Look at
God.
you with details.
She's a little jag. Yeah.
So that will be a fun little eating competition. And then another Berg Bus comedy set. And then finally the Turner's Tea Chugging.
I love the fact how you're infusing something new every year, right? The Berg Bus was not there last year?
He was not available.
Okay.
The Berg Bus was not available last year, but he's come previous years.
Oh, okay.
But we're so excited to have this comedy portion because
Yeah.
at first it was just kind of parked there,
Sure.
and people took pictures, and it was just. I mean, it was great, but it was just
Cool.
sitting there. But
Right.
yeah, no.
But
we're gonna
what's
have
its
some-
function? Yeah.
we're gonna have some comedy sets, so that'll be really fun.
So, John, how are you feeling? Like, I know we're going to talk about this, like, as Grace leaves and such, but, like, I'm excited for this. We've not done this before.
Right. And it's, I think it's one thing that's cool is that, I don't like to plan out events. I love events.
What?
But
I didn't know that about you.
To sit there and walk it all through and talk it all through, it's like, it's so well planned. Like, I can't wait to show up and be a part of it.
And
so,
watch, yeah.
So well organized, the only thing we have to do now is just say, cross our fingers for a happy weather day.
Yeah.
And
Right?
it is
Have you
going to
looked?
be.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
saying it.
Okay.
Yes.
It is
Manifesting
going to be,
good weather.
Yeah.
We'll take
good
it.
right
So,
now.
Grace, we would love for you to be able to tell more about this 412 day that happens on April 12th at Bakery Square, and give a website. But we can't let you do that until you play our game.
She has played before,
Yes.
so I feel like bad. So I almost feel like, is there anything new? Is there a new Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
All
Okay.
right. So she came
Yeah,
prepared.
that was quick.
Listen, you saw how she outlined that event. You know she was prepared for
she's
this.
such a
Yes.
planner. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm definitely a type A. I haven't been to Pusadi's.
Me either.
Wait, I don't even know what that is.
Yes, you do.
It's like the best Thai restaurant in Pittsburgh. It's
Everyone
actually the
talks
best
about it.
restaurant in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And it's won
What?
so many awards, and it's like the place.
It's the place.
Where is that?
It's in Lawrenceville.
Or wait, maybe where's that at?
Where's it at?
Where's it at?
Yeah. I have not either. And so many people have talked about it.
Yeah. I'm it's not even a procrastination thing. It's just like, when can I get a reservation?
Sure.
Okay.
But like,
Yeah.
I also kind of have been pushing it off. Like, I know I can go.
Yeah.
But
it's top of mind. You're like, I need
it
to do
is definitely top
Yeah.
of mind. But yeah,
Okay.
I've been here for a decent bit of time now. And I
Yeah.
haven't gone over.
Did anything change in terms of what would make us revoke your Yinzer card now that you've been here? Like, has anything like, man, this is great. I can tell it has. What is it?
Well, I feel like the fact I like wasn't born here like might not make me a Yinzer, but like I've also adapted to the culture so much that I would say I don't have a parking chair, like a designated parking
Oh,
chair.
okay. Mhm.
But can I say something that will make me more of a Yinzer?
Yeah.
Yes. I like
Okay.
that twist.
There we
Yes. Okay. I love that she said, I see your game, but I'm changing it on you. Yes.
I'm from New Jersey.
Yes.
I moved here to go to Pitt. Now I live here. I used to be Wawa. Wawa only.
Okay.
Wawa supremacy. I love Sheets.
That is
And
going to
I think
get you
I actually
a golden
prefer it
ticket.
over Wawa.
Wow.
Yeah, like
How does
they're
your family
warm-
feel about that?
I don't really think they like even know.
You
because
don't
they're
talk about
all
it.
in New Jersey, and
Yeah.
I don't even think they know what Sheets is. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
a lot of people are really
And
disappointed
Pittsburghers, she said what Sheets is, not Sheets'.
Sheets is right. Right. Sheets is there's an S on everything in Pittsburgh.
Somebody just posted that. Like, do you say Sheets? And so many of us do. They just add S's to everything. Really?
Yeah. But
does your family visit much?
No, it's hard because my sister has 4 kids. And
sure.
But they're actually going to come for my birthday in June for the first time.
Oh, I love that.
Well, I think you automatically get a pass on any Yinzer card because you planned 412 Day.
You did
okay, yeah,
plan
I mean, for
412
God's
I thought you were going to
sakes.
say for the sheets.
No, it is a great event, and we really are. We're not just saying this; we're really looking forward to it, and we're stoked to see it all because you are a good planner, and it is a great area. It's like all the makings of the perfect day. So let's hope, like you said, that we can get Scott Harbaugh or Ron Smiley, any of those guys, to give us some really good weather because we need it.
People want
Good
to
vibes.
peruse. They don't have to buy anything, but where do they peruse the website? Since you answered our questions.
So bakerysquare.com or bakery-square.com. Go to the events page that will have everything and more, 412 Fest and more.
Okay.
We're also doing a draft pregame party that will be so fun. We'll have a lot of stuff for that. And then, our social media, Bakery Square PGH, has a ton of information too.
Yeah, great following. There's so much happening. And I love that all of the vendors are getting involved, like the actual tenants, because that doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah. It's going to bring a lot of people there, and we're excited.
Grace, I have a quick question. Does Bakery Square include residents, apartments?
Yeah, so there's bakery living across the street.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And there's offices. Google is there. So people don't really they know that, but they don't.
Yeah.
So there's office space too.
We did one of the People's Gas Locate the Locators.
We did?
Because Google.
Yeah, the Google Way or whatever they name it.
Yeah, there's some name. Like the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little inlet way.
Yeah.
Sure.
But we do encourage you, when you're out at Bakery Square Monday through Friday during the days, stop and knock on Grace's door.
Oh my gosh, I'm there
knock
every
on my
day.
door. Yeah.
Every day, all the time.
Say, hey, Grace, we hear you're an honorary JAG. If somebody does that, then we will buy the Jenny's ice cream. All right? So
I'm doing it.
Yeah. If you go out to Bakery Square sometime before 412 Day and you find Grace Papa and you say, Grace, I'm here and I hear you're a JAG, term of endearment kind, and you buy them ice cream, we'll pay for it.
Easy enough. Grace, it is always a pleasure. We can't wait to visit and do our thing. And we are actually going to talk more about it next weekend as well. We're going to have some of the vendors on, but thank you so much. We can't wait for 412 Fest.
Of course. Yeah, I'm so excited.
It is John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 74 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. U.S. and Israeli officials say one crew member from the F-15 fighter jet that was shot down in Iran has been rescued. No other details are available at this time. The U.S. was offering a reward for the recovery of any Americans. It's the first confirmed U.S. jet shot down since the war began more than a month ago. Man's in the hospital recovering after being shot in Shaler. The shooting happened Thursday afternoon around 5:30 in the 1400 block of Mount Royal Boulevard. Police say another man was taken into custody at the scene. No word on the name or the alleged suspect. No word on what led to that shooting. The Allegheny County DA's office says they will no longer be seeking the death penalty against the man accused of shooting and killing McKeesport police officer Sean Slagansky in 2023. The incident occurred back on February the 6th of that year. Police say Jonathan Morris pulled out a gun and opened fire after Morris's mother had called police and said her son was being aggressive toward her and he suffered from PTSD. Morris is facing criminal homicide charges and murder of a law enforcement officer of the first degree. AAA reports gas prices have gone up again in Pittsburgh. Earlier this week, the average was $4 a gallon. Now it's up to $4.12 in the region. Pennsylvania's average is $4.11. Nationally, it's $4.09. A successful manned mission launched to the moon from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News correspondent Kristen Benavides has that story.
It was an amazing ride uphill.
The crew of Artemis 2 now in orbit.
We forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
Hours after a successful launch from Florida's Kennedy Space Center.
Booster ignition and liftoff.
Roughly 9 million pounds of thrust propelled the four-person team on NASA's first manned moon mission in more than 50 years, shaking the nearby CBS News set and igniting cheers from crowds who came to watch history in the making.
It was the coolest thing I've seen ever.
Christian Benavides, CBS News, at the Kennedy Space Center.
If you're looking for a place to park for the NFL draft coming up in just a couple of weeks, how about the Rivers Casino? They've announced that fans can purchase in advance a 4-day parking package. That's going to cost you a few bucks. How about $500? That will not include taxes and fees. They will be added on, but it can now be booked online currently. KDK Sports, what an opener for the Pirates. They beat the Orioles by the score of 5-4. Connor Griffin making his major league debut at 19 years of age. His first at bat, gap shot double. It was an RBI double. He would also later come in to score as the Bucks win their home opener 5-4 over the Orioles. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm around, a low near 60. It will be a very warm day tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine. It will turn breezy, a high of 83, and periods of rain, some heavy tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Every week, I deliver an editorial message addressing issues of importance to the community. But this one is different. It's personal. It is a tribute to one of the greatest men I have ever known, Gary Kenneth Bowser. An icon in the automotive business, Gary died last weekend at the age of 81. He founded Bowser Automotive in 1983, and the wildly successful business grew to employ over 450 people and become one of the largest and most well-respected auto groups in the Pittsburgh area. Besides building a business from the ground up, Gary Bowser was an incredible family man who married his high school sweetheart, Barb. He lived a life of community service, especially in support of the Stanley M. Marks Blood Cancer Research Fund. Personally, Mr. B treated my wife and kids like his own family at every turn and in every moment of our lives. We will miss him more than words can ever express. Pittsburgh has lost a once-in-a-lifetime guy who will never be forgotten. And so, to his family, Barb, Gary Jr., Kurt, and all his grandchildren, we send our love and thanks for sharing him with all of us.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
It's Rachel and John on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, that was been a flurry of activity for the first 2 hours.
Flurry is a good word.
Right.
Yeah.
And here we are. The Buccos won, so we don't have to listen to the lost the opener beer joke. Right. And but the weather was good today, which is always a good topic in Pittsburgh when you're at a party or whatever. But the weather in Punxsutawney is famous. It is one of the most. What did they call themselves? The world capital of weather. They said.
Did you know that?
I mean, they're.
I mean, I know why.
Yeah, they call themselves that.
You aren't going to be like, you silly woman.
No.
The groundhog.
Yeah.
The rodents.
Yeah.
Like, I get all of that. I just did not realize. I guess I felt that it was like once. I don't know, because I don't want to downplay. I loved Groundhog Day. I thought it was, that's your son's birthday. It's a big deal. And I love the cuteness, the cheekiness around it. I love that there was a movie. I love that people go celebrate in a nearby location in PA. But I did not realize that it was literally thought of in that manner.
Yeah, well, again, they've crafted that, right?
Sure.
Because so what we're talking about is the other day. So let's go back. People's Gas has a thing called Eat, Drink, Help.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing where local businesses can sell items and put a tag on them. And when they get to a certain number, then People's Gas donates a certain number to their favorite nonprofit.
Yeah, the small business and the nonprofit can they pair up.
Yeah. So given that, then there were a bunch of businesses up in Punxsutawney that kind of paired up and sold barbecue. They sold pizza.
You just sounded like a Yinzer.
What's that?
They paired up in.
Oh, did I?
You did. And you're usually the guy that's like, it's not up in Beaver County.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So they, so it was barbecue, it was pizza, and.
I think it was 2 pizzas, right?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was, 2 pizzas. All those folks sold some items, and they said they sold 2,000 pizzas in a week or something, or 1,000 pizzas
2.5
in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So bottom line is they got $6,000 to donate from People's Natural Gas to the Weather Discovery Museum
I didn't even know.
in in downtown Punxsutawney.
So I almost wish that you would say, Rach, do you want to play the Yinzer games? Because is there a procrastination destination? But I guess that wouldn't be really the case because I didn't know it existed.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I found it to be very interesting. And we spoke with so many of the different people, obviously the nonprofits who were supporting it, some of the people's folks, but the two workers who were sisters were there, and as well as the executive director.
Assistant chairman of the board, I believe.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he was giving, a history lesson on the building. It used to be, we love used to be's here in Western PA. It used to be a post office. And then turned it into this, unique weather center. And he was sort of, I don't want to use the word downplaying, but he wasn't giving it enough credit for what it is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because he was explaining that the Cayman Center, they build those items that are inside that are weather related. And he was saying that, the one thing about schools is that schools are doing away with field trips and doing more of like come to us kind of things. And so he loves when they can actually go to them because you can really get the whole feel for the inside versus when you go on the road.
And what it is, in case you haven't been there, it's like a children's museum for weather education.
Correct. Yeah.
So I slid down the slide, the tornado slide.
You're going to post that.
They have, you learn about clouds, cumulus, and I forget nimbus and all those. I forget those from grade school.
I remember.
But you pull on the rope and it raises the cloud to a certain level of altitude and all kind of things that are just, again, weather related. When it's this temperature in this part of the country, it's going to be this temperature in this other part of the country. Didn't even know, as you said, existed. Thanks to People's Natural Gas for giving them $6,000, and basically thanks to all the local businesses, because what we did find out is just as passionate as we are about 412 Day or living in Pittsburgh or hanging out on the north side today as the first home game comes up, they're just that passionate about their life in Punxsutawney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you want to go there. When we went albeit when it was the Groundhog Day itself, it was freezing. Do you remember?
-4.
I don't know that I've been that cold in a long time.
Yeah.
But I was glad that I experienced it because I had gone years ago. I didn't recall, all of the festivities and how it's changed and evolved and looks different now. And it was great to go there. But it's really cool to just see the town. It drives you to want to go and see other things.
Yeah.
It was cool.
No doubt about it. There's so much to do up there. And as a matter of fact, you get to meet Phil here and there. We got a chance to meet Phil.
I was just going to say, so we've been there before and we've met the Inner Circle. We actually had, I think, one member of the Inner Circle on the radio. It was Dan.
Yes.
He was funny. He was so funny.
I forget his nickname.
Stormmaker.
Might be Stormmaker. Because it wasn't Rainmaker, because that's the other guy.
They all have nicknames.
But they all have nicknames.
I can't remember, but he was very jovial. He was great on stage, Anyway, so we've been around the Inner Circle. We know the story, etc. We've seen that the groundhog has been to many things, and we've learned that now that the governor has really taken to the fact that he wants to really promote. This is what they were telling us. He wants to promote like Hershey Park. Punxsutawney Phil. What's the Little League World Series? Williamsport. Like those kind of unique places in Pittsburgh. And so specifically as it pertains to American 250, like really highlighting those places and the fact that they're special to PA. So a lot of them have sort of been traveling to various events, to boast of their places. And so they've been going to these different events, and they brought the groundhog you could hear the thumping in the cage. Like he was very we'll say rowdy.
Yeah, he was awake. No doubt about it.
I was scared.
Yeah.
But they brought him out.
Yeah. Calmed him down. Rubbed his belly.
Sure. But were you worried about him at all? Because there was a minute there that I was worried for that group photo.
Yeah. No, I think it's just amazing how they kind of...
they contain.
And I even called the gentleman the Punxsutawney Phil Whisperer. He's, oh, no.
No, that's not me.
That's not me.
Yeah.
I'm just the backup. That's Rainmaker.
Like there is one.
Yes, that's right.
So
Who knows
funny.
how to handle. But again, it's just amazing if you decide, now that there's so many good roads going up in that direction, in an hour and a half you can be in Punxsutawney. You could spend the day and then you can come back or stay in the new Punxsutawney Hotel because the other one burned down years ago.
Yeah.
But and it's worth a day.
You've stayed there?
Like you might take a trip to Zelienople.
Yeah.
Take a trip to Punxsutawney. It's worth it. Yeah. That's what I think. And especially if
do you like
kids.
driving 28 really?
No. I mean, no. If I went up
I
there.
wish there was a better way.
If I went up there, I really would stay overnight just because.
Just because.
Yeah. Yeah, give a chance to relax once you get up there.
Sure.
Yeah.
And speaking of little trips, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about one of our favorite places that we've now coined the suburb of Pittsburgh, but it's actually a whole state or two away. Right, John? How far away is it? It's
state.
Jamestown, New York. We've talked about it before. We got a great press release, and we need to talk about it. I don't know how many states away it is. You guys, I'm smart. It's just... I don't care about that. I promise. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is Rachel and John, and part of what we were talking about earlier was traveling to Punxsutawney. Part of what we're going to talk now is traveling to
how many states away?
Jamestown, New York. It's literally an adjoining state, so there's not really states in between. There's just roads, and so you go up to Erie, make a right, and a half an hour you're there at the National Comedy Center, which is called the National Comedy Center. I'm sure you've heard us talk about it before. It's called the National Comedy Center because it is designated as the National Archives of Comedy things, including Joan Rivers' joke books, George Carlin's clothes, all those kind of cool things. And Carl Reiner's chairs that he sat in with Mel Brooks. And even the gentleman who's has the van up there, the VW van just put in there.
Oh, Fluffy.
Fluffy has a van up there. He drove out onto the stage at the Los Angeles Dodger Stadium. So it's pretty cool in the fact that the big thing is it's up there in Jamestown, New York. Why is it there? Because it's Lucille Ball's hometown. And when they wanted to honor her with something, she said, don't make it about me, make it about the comedy. And that's what they did. So you could see the Lucille Ball Museum, Lucy Desi Museum, and the National Comedy Center at the same time.
And so they have this thing that they call the festival every year, and it's in August. And so it's August 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And I was blown away. We literally received a press release yesterday that we were driving, and I said, John, you're not going to believe this. Mm-hmm. How do you have 3 ridiculously amazing headliners for 3 different days? So Thursday, August 6th, Jerry Seinfeld.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So then we need to have Gary come on to give us the reasons, because I don't see a headliner for Friday. But Saturday, Bert Kreischer.
Unreal.
My family is going to go crazy. Like, they love Bert Kreischer. He's been to Pittsburgh quite a few times, and we've not gone. And I know that he is someone they have all wanted
For those
to
of
see.
you who don't know, just look at the comedian that takes his shirt off all the time.
That's it. And then Sunday, August 9th, is Seth Meyers.
Yeah.
I mean, Pennsylvania native.
Pittsburgh connection?
Yeah. Well, somebody said he's from Pittsburgh. He's not from Pittsburgh.
No, his father or stepfather has something to do with Pittsburgh, but he comes back here. He talks a lot
Huge
on the
Steelers
show
fan.
about Steelers and Pirates. Yeah.
But I thought he lived near Allegheny College. Am I making that up?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I need to find out. I need to do a little research.
Like grew up there or lived there for a time?
Don't know.
Okay. No, I think the mistake is that he grew up here in Pittsburgh. That's not the case, but he certainly has family ties to here and loves talking about the Steelers with Joe Manganiello when he's on, Michael Keaton. They do a lot of Yinzer Rising when he's on there. But yeah, so it's the Lucille Ball Comedy Festival, and not only do they have those big acts up there every year, they have other TV credit / touring comics, even in the smaller club, which is made to replicate the Tropicana, which is what Desi Arnaz used to sing in during the show.
Yeah. And the last time executive director, or is that what Gary's title is?
Marketing director,
sorry. Gary Hahn was on not too long ago because they just won the best museum for pop culture. And he was talking about how they're changing the Tropicana. I don't know if you heard him. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. But wow, what a lineup. I mean, it is so worth it to go. There's a bunch of hotels around there. It's a really quaint, cute little town. And I'm not kidding. I got the press release. I could not believe it. I texted my family. I could very well see us taking a little vacay.
Yeah. And that was one of the things you did, because not only are those people performing, first, they're performing. There's not that big of an arena up there.
Sure.
So you need to get your tickets now, because I think it only seats like 5,000 or something like that.
Right.
But there are other, if you would go to a professional conference, you'd call it tracks. There are other things you could do. And you guys got to see the gentleman from Saturday Night Live.
Oh my gosh. One of the best experiences. They did like a panel discussion of, so the person who plays Donald Trump on Saturday Night Live and one of the writers. It was so much fun. Journey, who is the executive director there, she led the panel discussion with them, just talking about the art of writing, what the behind the scenes is like and what it's like just to be there among the other people who come on to guest host and other brainiacs behind all the scenes. It was really a cool experience.
I think that's one of the fascinating things about comedy in general, but the National Comedy Center has preserved that and celebrated is the writing and the creation of comedy.
Yeah.
Yes, the comedians or the actors on sitcoms or the actors in movies deliver the lines, but the way that those are written and the timing and the people who shoot them, because I remember listening to, I forget who it was, said, when you're telling a joke on stage, it's one thing. When you're delivering a funny line on a sitcom, you have to deliver the line perfectly because the next shot is somebody sitting on a chair or, and that part has to be video and choreographed perfectly for that. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting that, again, the National Comedy Center celebrates all that.
Yeah, it was just really cool to see that and kudos to them, because I know that they do try to get various comedians just to come pay homage and see. They're so proud of it.
Have you ever seen Jerry Seinfeld?
Never.
Live? Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Is he good?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because he's an acquired, I didn't love my husband loves the TV show.
Oh,
I didn't
in
love
Cars?
the
Comedians
show.
in Cars?
No, Seinfeld.
Oh, the Seinfeld show. Okay.
Like in reruns, when I'm like, oh, let's watch Friends, let's watch Seinfeld.
Okay.
And it is funny. There's certain things that are funny, and you can't help but appreciate, that time, because he literally built the show of nothing.
Yeah.
But it's a different kind of sense of humor. Mm. I was obsessed with his wife for her cookbook.
Is that right?
Oh my God, I lived by it. I would literally, it was the whole, I forget what it was called, but essentially she hid healthy ingredients in food.
That's funny.
That was the cookbook, and I was like, oh, I cannot wait to get Jessica Seinfeld.
Did it work?
No. To this day, I mean, my kids will be like, oh, did you trick us? And this is lentils. Oh, is this like whatever, vegetarian, this or that? Because I've literally scarred them. I don't think it was in the very early 90s. No, I'm just kidding. They weren't even born. It was in the early 2000s whenever, people, what did they call it? The beige epidemic, right? When kids were just eating beige food. So it was like chicken nuggets, mashed potatoes, French fries. And certainly not blaming, but my sister-in-law, some of her kids were like very particular about what they would eat, and my kids saw that that's what they ate, so they were like, I'm not eating vegetables. So again, it was like the early to 2005 to 2010 era was like, I gotta squash this beige thing. But no, it did not work.
Okay.
And they still don't love
Bert
vegetables
Kreischer.
today.
Your family loves Bert Kreischer.
Loves.
Yeah. And
they're not fans of Seth Meyers, I will say that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where Seth Meyers sits as far as, I can't say that I have seen him do stand-up comedy. Like, I thought he was funny when he was on Saturday
SNL.
Night
Yeah,
Live.
me too.
Yeah, for sure. The show right now, I don't, it's whatever. But I would be interested in seeing how he does with stand-up comedy.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't dislike him. I think it's great that he's there because it's such a well-known name. And again, it's preserving that SNL. It's a culture.
Yeah.
And how cool, because I always tell that 30-something, our friends who are in their 30s, I always say because you talk about like Joan Rivers, and then I talk about, what I like, maybe The Office or whatever. But that whole SNL thing, that's the 30-somethings.
Yeah.
Of course, it's universal.
Well, I think it's like rings on a tree. You know it from whatever era you were in.
Right.
The Belushi-Aykroyd era.
Sure.
Then, the Chris Farley era.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy era.
Adam Sandler.
Yeah. All
That's
those.
mine.
Yeah.
I love
It's
that guy.
kind of all those alumni.
Listen,
there were gaps.
There were gaps.
Yeah.
But listen, we have to go to a break, but we had so many trips in one day, because we've now talked about the fact that we went to Punxsutawney. We got the news about this, but we went one other place that we have to mention because we got some great goodies.
Yeah.
It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Amazing April specials are underway at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Amish Country Farm brand spiral cut hams are $2.49 a pound. In the produce department, fresh spring asparagus is $2.49 a pound. In the deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches, $11.99 each. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of Land O'Lakes butter quarters, 1 pound package, $2.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. A U.S. fighter jet is down by Iran. One crew member rescued. The search is on for a second. And a second U.S. combat plane was hit during the search and rescue. CBS's Nancy Cordes at the White House.
White House officials tell us President Trump has been briefed about the downed F-15, but that's all they will say on the matter. And the president himself has been behind closed doors all day. He's been meeting with his national security team, so we haven't seen him.
CBS News national security analyst Aaron McLean.
Well, their imperative, of course, is to survive. So they've got first aid gear. They've got training in how to administer self-care in case they're injured. As you might imagine, they can't anticipate that any help is coming quickly, so they have to take care of themselves.
The crew of Artemis II woke up today to the song In a Daydream by Freddie Jones Band. It marked the start of Flight Day 3 activities. Commander Reed Weissman doing a check-in.
Hey, just want to make sure you guys didn't juggle the schedule at all, that we are just starting our post-sleep now. We don't need to start working, but we do need to get some science done.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law. Paid for by the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm for tonight with a thunderstorm, low 60. A very warm day tomorrow with some sunshine, high 83. Rain tomorrow night, some of it heavy, and then some showers early on Easter Sunday. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rachel and John jagging around, and we've been talking about traveling this whole hour here.
Because we literally spent the last 2 days traveling like crazy.
Right.
We did not, full disclosure, we didn't go to the Comedy Center. It is a travel.
Right.
And we've done it in the past.
We've done it in the past.
We thought we would.
But we did enough miles.
Oh my, you did.
Day.
You drove like crazy.
We did enough windshield time to make it like we did go to the National Comedy Center and back in the same day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the other place we went, it was because our friends at Love Pittsburgh. Two things I want to talk about them. One, if you've not been there, you need to go. Multiple locations. There's one in the Strip District. There's one in Market Square. And there is one in Mount Washington. So many great little Yinzer gifts. It is a love, like, hey, so-and-so, you need to buy this. Love Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's essentially what it is.
Yes, there's a comma there.
And love, comma, yes. And we say that about love, comma, Katie Distilling as well. But you've gotten things for a trip that we've actually taken to the Comedy Center, like as a Pittsburgh momentum. I most recently used a gift certificate from there for a Pittsburgh basket that I did for the Mamma Mia show that I was, that my daughter's involved in. So you walk in there and you are like, these are so cool. They're from tea towels that's of the incline to different soaps. And what I love about them is they make sure that everything is crafted so that there's not two of the same. If someone's selling soap, this other table is not going to have soap, that kind of thing. So anyway, we have a coffee there. I don't know that people realize that.
I don't know that people know we have a coffee. Yeah,
we don't do a very good job of explaining that.
You can order it online, but we definitely encourage you to go to the Love Pittsburgh stores because as of today, it's all refreshed.
We have replenished. That's for sure.
And it seems to go pretty well. And as you're coming into town for the draft, might be a good place to just stop and get a few things, including taking the coffee home. It's not liquid, so you can take it on a plane.
Yeah.
Right? It's somewhat, it's a pound or whatever it is. Is it a pound of coffee? It's already ground.
Yep.
And it's a good memento.
It's a dark roast for anyone who doesn't know, because as you know, John is not a coffee person.
I wouldn't know what that is.
But anyway,
it smells delicious.
Oh, it smells so good. So we had to get our coffee because, again, Love Pittsburgh needed a new supply. So where do we get it? Well, it's essentially white labeled from O'Neill Coffee in. Did we decide where?
West Middlesex.
Mercer
County.
Yeah. It is the most nondescript area. Like, you're right around, what is that, Grove City College? Or is it Slippery Rock?
Westminster.
No.
Westminster.
No.
I think.
Look it up. I don't think it's Westminster.
Yeah, I'll look it up. But it is a college town, and it's an awesome town. It's on the edge of town. The coffee shop is just this metal building, O'Neill Coffee. They I don't know what they roast coffee there, grind up the beans. There's all kind of different kinds. But when you go in there, all these little treats, like just sort of like the Love Pittsburgh of West Middlesex. You know, their thing. And we got a chocolate chip cookie that was about 2 inches thick and about 4 inches wide. It was quite good.
It
but
was so
like
good.
having a dozen cookies in one cookie. But they have all these like pot holders kind of things all made. And oddly enough, a lot of gluten and free and vegan free. Vegan, I guess.
Vegan free would make it meaty.
Yeah. Gluten-free and vegan baked goods as well. Very, very
healthy.
Connected to that population.
Yeah. But we did grab a couple of like Easter goodies, essentially.
The Easter Bunny shops there?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
How about that? Yeah, we did grab a couple things there because it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't. You did that also when you were in Butler, though, right? What's that candy place?
Was it Baldinger's? Something like that? Just outside of Zelienople. And where else did I go, Rachel?
Sarah's.
Where else?
Grandpa Joe's.
Grandpa Joe's.
John, you have an entire like
I'm like the
pathway.
For Easter purchases, it's like a concert T-shirt on the back.
I'm dead. It is gonna say like Valentina's Pap. It's like all the places that you've got.
Stopped here, got these. Stopped there, got these. And I love it. Now, the cool part is that, I never just buy something for the person I'm buying for. I always walk out of there with a little natural treat of myself.
You literally, we walked from the office to Grandpa Joe's last week. I forget what day. And because it was so nice outside. So I walked with you and you were like, you reach into the bag and you were like, oh, I got some chocolate covered cashews.
Cashews.
No. Was it cashews?
Mm-hmm.
They were amazing.
Yes.
They were so good.
Yeah.
So we had some of them. And then what is the thing that you fell in love with there? What is it?
Oh, the
hippos.
Hippos.
Yeah.
Right? And now it's like, it's a big thing to go get the hippos. They're like a wafer kind of filled with cream and topped with chocolate, but they have little hippo eyes on it. They look like hippos.
And they're almost melty, but not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like just an odd texture. It's crunchy with the creamy.
Yeah.
And then you got the chocolate.
So good.
Oh, they're delicious.
Chris Beers from Grandpa Joe's brought them. The last time he was on air with us, he brought them for us to just kind of trial, and you were smitten.
Said they were his favorite.
Oh, they are his favorite. Right. I forgot.
No doubt why.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't beat my favorite, though.
Yeah. Candy cigarettes. I know. You didn't have to motion.
Cigarettes.
I know what they are. Mm-hmm.
I love the candy cigarettes. I could care less about the bubblegum cigarettes.
Oh.
And sometimes, every once in a while, I've picked up the wrong packet because they look the same. And I go to eat one. I'm like, wait, what is this? The bubblegum cigarettes, they have the powder that you blow out.
Are you Pee Wee Herman?
I can't get behind those, but I would certainly get behind a box of the candy.
I'm not five. I mean, even, I'm going to follow that story up with, not only are you a candy cigarette, not a gum cigarette lover, but your son Colin was in town a couple weeks ago and thought it was funny that he was behind us in traffic and thought it was crazy funny that we were the ones blocking the entrance to get into the bean through on Route 65. Mm-hmm. He was like, of course I'm behind you guys. And so he's behind us to order the coffee that he wanted. And you, of course, said, hey, I'll buy for whatever's in the car behind us. And when Colin pulled up, he said, let me guess. My dad paid for my coffee. And they said that he did.
And did he show appreciation?
No. And they said, and do you know that my dad's here? And they said, he's here almost every day. And he said, does he get a chocolate milk every day? And they said, what?
Yes, every day.
Every day. And Colin said, you're going to lose your foot. Because you are eating candy cigarettes and candy bubble gum you don't like. But and chocolate milk every day.
And the chocolate milk that I'm drinking
such a child.
Is so different from the sugary cream things that go in your coffee.
Well, yes.
What?
Oh my God.
We're gonna have to we need to get Leslie Ponce in here to measure that.
No, because I don't want her. I deep down do not want her to know how much of it I drink.
Calorie
I know,
count of
but it's my thing.
Milk.
We've had this conversation. I have zero vices. And it's coffee. I can't help it. I don't get my nails done. I barely get my hair done. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't have some thing that I do.
Do you?
Yeah, but it's coffee.
Oh, you're like, no, I do the singing.
No, right. I'm not even answering you. It's coffee. And I can't make myself see it in any other way. You know why I'm going on this rant? Because I thought about giving it up for Lent. And I couldn't.
Too late.
Right. Did you give anything up for Lent? No, you don't do that.
No, I didn't give anything up for Lent. No.
Instead of giving up for Lent, I did things. And so I exercised for 40 days straight.
Yeah.
How about that?
There you go.
And said nice things about people.
Very well. Really?
Lent is almost over, so I cannot lie. The priest segment is over.
Oh, my God. The priests are long gone. We need them back for a confession.
You don't think I say nice things about people?
That's not what you said earlier.
Anyway.
You do say nice things about people. But anyway, we are jagging around here. We'll be here tomorrow night as well. But
hey, wait, before you go, because I know you have to go to this break. If you were wondering where West Middlesex, what colleges are in West Middlesex,
yeah,
Sean was right. Westminster and Teal.
There you go.
But that's not what that was. I know we passed Grove City.
Okay, maybe.
Did we pass Grove City?
Grove
College?
City or Grove City
No, I know
College?
Grove City, the shopping area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking about the college.
I'm not sure.
Whatever.
We'll have to look up their
Thought
address.
you would know.
It's breaking news. We're going to find out where Grove City College is located next break.
It's Grove City.
It's Rachel and John, 100.1 FM.
It's not a state away.
And AM 1020. KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Back to Rachel and John on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
No idea where the time went. None. Do you remember the days, and we did not ask Father or Pastor this, but when they were talking a little bit about it, the 12 to 3 era. And Michael Bartley was talking about this with Father Nick, that there was a time that from 12 to 3, why do some churches not oblige? Did you know that? I didn't know that. I guess it's just so that he was saying essentially, as long as you're acknowledging 3 hours, but technically, I mean, it was 12 to 3.
Well,
that Jesus suffered.
Yeah, I can't remember what he said as far as, as long as you're acknowledging the 3 hours, you know what I mean,
Sure.
versus 3 hours. Because, yeah, isn't it something? Because I could remember back to the altar boy days of, having to serve that Mass and sitting in church Thursday night, sitting in church Friday afternoon, and then sitting in church because Easter Vigil Mass was crazy long, because they read the Passion Play, they lit the candles ahead of time, oh my gosh, yeah, it was I mean, it exemplifies, I guess, what the Holy Week is to the Christians as far as that. And so but I guess the church has had to move along, whatever church you're doing is, it's had to move along to people have to work now,
right?
The secular, is it what it is? The secular population, they don't follow church rules, so people have to work between 12 and 3. So it'll kind of it doesn't water it down the meaning of it all, but it does water down how many people can attend.
And as I said to Father Nick and Pastor Carl and joined in as well, you have to meet people where they are. Right.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is.
Life is just different, and that's how you're going to... I was repeating what you told me about how in your congregation that that parents are bringing their children more. And you said how important that is because, in our day, it was like, oh, you don't want to hear all that crying, but you do. You actually do. You want them to bring their kids because it serves as a good example.
Was, I don't know what they call the parish now, but it was the old St. Mary's in McKees Rocks. And, and the priest there said,
beautiful church.
Don't anybody complain about the crying.
Yeah.
Because that means the church is growing.
Don't do it.
Yeah. But, and again, it's just interesting that how flexible has the church become. Can you imagine sitting at your house watching church on the internet? Years ago, I mean, my grandmother watched Midnight Mass from Rome with the Pope, or there were those odd churches that were on Sunday mornings for people who couldn't get out. Now you can watch almost any church has an internet version of their service.
Yep. Yeah. I guess.
Part of me, what you said, meeting them where they are.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Our podcast is up next. What'd you feel about that? Such a good point.
I challenge anybody to say, KDKA here, there are 5 radio stations here at Theater. I challenge anybody to tell me that there has been an armadillo in this building before this.
Huh. You don't
Let
think?
alone a 3-banded armadillo.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And what
might have had a 9-banded armadillo, but we had a 3-banded armadillo.
What do you think that means?
It means
do you
we're
remember?
unique.
He's Southern.
Yeah. It means we're unique.
His name was Wonka.
Wonka, because his brother is
Willie.
Over at the aviary. So the National Aviary was in for the podcast and learned a lot about that. And then musician tonight was unique. With
so unique.
A ukulele.
Yes. And we've had, I didn't want to offend them. We had the Steel City ukuleles.
Mm-hmm.
And
this was like a professional level ukulele player.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I mean, I think.
Not that they're not. He plays original songs.
Yeah.
It sings to it and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Had not done my, never has put Somewhere Over the Rainbow in his repertoire. What's that all about?
I think that after tonight's get-go here, he's probably going to add it to the repertoire. If we had him, or if we showed up to one of his shows and said you were coming, you know what he would do.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And, maybe if Tracy did her job, she could have followed up with him and said, that's one of Rachel's favorite songs. She should come ukulele with you. But she doesn't. So it's fine. I'll settle for other things. Anyway, it was a great show. Nick Mancini came in.
Mm-hmm.
Pasca bread. We have been eating Pasca bread for hours.
Right.
You like the non-raisin kind.
I actually like the raisin kind.
Yeah, it's sweet, just sweet enough.
Mm-hmm.
He said that's more the Italian way.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like the raisin kind for sure.
Yeah, and then talked to Grace, who led our 412 game.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It was so much fun to hear her talk about how cool this event's going to be. You came up with the game, though. Look at you. Are there 4 things? Is there 1 thing? Are there 2 things for 412? That was just, I guess I was half listening this morning when you explained it. Big surprise.
The good news is this one was super simple.
So simple.
Like super simple. It's either, look, there's something going to be in about, well, we're not even going to tell you because you have to listen.
You need to listen.
And maybe even go watch it at the same time because it comes up next here. And we're here again tomorrow.
Yeah,
we actually have a pretty full show tomorrow, too, because
we do.
We have comedy. I mean, wait.
John, you're doctors. It's like the weekend of John.
You're going out there to start running around and exercising this spring. How do you avoid getting injured? That's what we're going to talk about tomorrow, right at 6 o'clock, 6:15, 6:30, something like that. And then, Rach,
yes,
we received this random email from somebody from The Office.
Okay.
The show The Office.
Can we just talk about my family discussion on that?
Yeah. Who is it? Tom? On The Office.
Yeah. Koicher?
No, Tom what's his character name?
Oh, Todd Packer.
Todd Packer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Todd Packer. Your kids said, wow, what life are you living, Mom?
I mean, they are like, wait, what's up? It's David, I don't know how you say his name. Koichner, yeah, I think. So he was on The Office. He was on Anchorman, and he played Todd Packer. And interesting enough, when I came in, Johnny, one of our producers, always has something Office to say to me. And he was like, oh, you know what I was thinking about? And he, referenced a scene from The Office. And I was like, guess who's coming on the show tomorrow? He was like, no way. So, when I can impress my family and Johnny, I've done well.
Yeah.
Anyway, our podcast is up next. You get to hear from all these great Pittsburgh people. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow. Well, you can watch us or listen to us tomorrow night. It's John and Rachel, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
With multiple Tri-State Neuropathy Centers treatment locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible and successful. Here's Sean Ritchie, founder and DC of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, with one of his stories from helping over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life.
James from Youngwood suffered for 10 years. He had all the symptoms of neuropathy, the numbness, the pain, the burning, the stabbing, even had these jumpy legs at night. It was destroying his life, and he had to quit his job. After going through our non-invasive treatment program, we were able to get him pain-free, sleeping again. In fact, he told me he went hunting this year and was able to do it without any problem.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help James. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
Gets better with great food, like that morning status meeting. Always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some Power Bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Toscano. It's a race against time as the U.S. military searches for a crew member missing after an American fighter jet was shot down over Iran. The pilot was rescued, but correspondent Charlie Daggett reports Iranians are also on the hunt for the other crew member.
The fighter jet is believed to have gone down in a remote and mountainous region of a southwestern province, hundreds of miles south of the Iranian capital of Tehran. On state television, the Iranian regime announced a bounty on the crew, with a local businessman offering a $50,000 reward to anyone who captures crew members alive.
We have more from correspondent Nancy Cortez at the White House.
Trump has claimed repeatedly over the past few weeks that Iran's military, its air force, its anti-aircraft systems have all been decimated. But it now does appear that some of those capabilities may remain, even though we don't have all the details yet about how this F-15 was brought down.
A U.S. A-10 attack aircraft crashed in Kuwaiti airspace, its crew safely ejected. A federal lawsuit is filed against the Department of Homeland Security on behalf of immigrants and citizens affected by its warrantless home entry policy.
In January, Liberian citizen Garrison Gibson confronted ICE agents trying to enter his home.
They said, no, we don't have a warrant. I was like, okay, go come back with a warrant, and I'll let you in.
But agents forced their way in, even though he's in the nation legally. A federal judge says the arrest violated the Fourth Amendment by entering without his consent or a judicial warrant. The ACLU says the lawsuit could have national implications. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Democratic Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth demands TSA reverse its decision letting travelers keep their shoes on during airport screening. She cites a Department of Homeland Security investigation which said that's a security risk. Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga is following up.
Covert testing of airport checkpoints led by the DHS Inspector General found serious vulnerabilities in screening. Evidence that TSA's advanced imaging technology can't scan shoes. That report was labeled top secret, accessible to just 13 people, leaving the risks unaddressed for months.
A storm will bring rain and thunderstorms from Texas to the Ohio Valley and Michigan tomorrow, and there's snow farther north, as meteorologist Rob Marciano tells us.
Another 6 to 12 inches of snow expected across the northern tier, and more ice. And there's over 10,000 people without electricity in Wisconsin now, and that severe threat moves to Ohio as the front pushes off to the east, and then to the Carolinas on Sunday, as that's where the rain will be.
This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mack, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text SPIRAL to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPIRAL to 215215. That's SPIRAL to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure,